presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Southwest.
The Texas Rangers return to the comforts of home for 2 more series before the All-Star break. First up, the surging Boston Red Sox on a warm summer night from Globe Life Park. And welcome to Rangers baseball, presented by AT&T. Yes, the 10-game road trip is over as we watch fans file in to see their 40-win Rangers take on the American League East leading 47-win Red Sox. Good evening, everybody. I'm CJ Nikowski along with Tom Grieve. And Tom, we're getting ready to start this homestand. But first, a little bit of good news. We have found out that Yu Darvish will be representing the Rangers in Miami in the All-Star game.
He will, CJ, and he's having a typical year. His ERA is in the low 3s. His strikeouts per 9 innings, as always, are great. This will be the 4th time that Yu has made the All-Star team. No Ranger pitcher has ever been selected 4 times. The guy we're keeping an eye on is Elvis Andrus. He's still under consideration with 4 other players for the All-Star team, having by far his best year. Since May 25th, very few hitters in the league have been better. Last year was a career year, 302, 8 home runs, 69 RBIs. He's already hit 11 home runs and knocked in 50. He's one of the best shortstops in the league, and he deserves to be an All-Star.
He absolutely does, and that's going to be up to the Ranger fans as we get to that final vote. But let's talk about these Boston Red Sox, and it's been a very interesting season for them. The first quarter, not so great, but they have been very good in the second quarter.
Yeah, you know, so much is expected from the Red Sox. They have a big payroll. They signed big free agents. Even though they lost Big Papi, they loved their team. Yet after 42 games, they were spinning their wheels at 21-21 in 4th place. Last 40 games, much different. They've won 24 of those 40. They've pitched well, they've hit well, and now they find themselves with a 3-game lead. The last 7 games, it's really been accentuated. They've averaged 7 runs a game. The hitters have hit over 300. The pitchers have also been terrific. Their ERA over the last week, 2.08, and opponents are only hitting 185 against them. So the Red Sox are on a roll over 40 games. They're even hotter in the last week, and they're in first place.
And you take a look at their pitching staff. We see Rick Porcello, the great Chris Sale. Now there's some good news for the Rangers. We will not see Chris Sale in this series, so that's certainly some upside. You see Drew Pomeranz there as well. But we'll talk about our pitcher, Martin Perez. He'll be going tonight for the Rangers, and when we get back, Emily Jones will have him in the spotlight. By AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. By Budweiser, not backing down since 1876. This Bud's for you. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
Just about set to open the final homestand before the All-Star break here in Arlington. Boston Red Sox in town for 3. It was a long road trip, and these Texas Rangers happy to be home, and Martin Perez happy to be back on the mound tonight after that interesting altercation with a hotel room door that tore his glove hand thumbnail off. He will be back, and against the American League East of late, Martin has fared very well. Our Shiner light blonde spotlight tonight shines on Martin Perez and that record against the AL East, especially since 2015. Struggled to start his career, but since 2015, 4-1, 3.73 ERA, 7 quality starts in 9 outings against this American League East. And of course, he will be playing with that thumb and a contraption on that thumb inside the glove. Actually, a think tank was held of how could we protect Martin's thumb if a ball were to come his way and hit it awkwardly. So they decided to take the top off of a bottle and put some tape around that, insert it where his thumb would be. That way, if anything comes hard into his glove, at least that thumbnail will be protected more than it would be if it was just in that glove. So the biggest concern for the Rangers was that Martin be able to defend himself on the mound, and so his throwing has remained the same. He feels confident he'll be able to pick up right where he left off, feeling like he was entering the second half of the season on a good note, wants to continue that pace, and really said the key for him is to go deeper into games in this second half. And of course the key, CJ, you know very well, to do that is to throw strikes.
Absolutely, Emily, and that contraption is something else, and hopefully Martin will not have to put that into practice tonight, but getting pretty creative down in the Texas Rangers clubhouse. Well, let's take a look at the batting order tonight for the Boston Red Sox, and you're going to see Mookie Betts leading off. He had a monster day yesterday in Toronto, 4 for 6 with a couple of home runs and 8 RBIs. In the middle of the lineup, Jackie Bradley Jr. having a very nice year, 10 home runs on the season, but he has been crushing lefties to a .392 batting average against. What do we got, Tom, on Martin Perez?
Well, for Martin Perez, we're going to take a look at the types of pitches he likes to throw. We're going to look at his arsenal. Martin has a sinking fastball that he loves to throw, gets up to 94 miles an hour. He throws that about 60% of the time. When he's pitching well, he's got an excellent changeup, throws that 21% of the time. Those are his 2 major pitches, and he'll also mix in a curveball and a slider. But when he's pitching well, he's getting sinkers down low for ground balls and swings and misses at a good changeup.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see Martin if he could reach that goal of getting deep into the game. But let's take a look at what Mookie Betts did yesterday in Toronto. This is pretty incredible when you talk about leading off and you think, oh, what's your job? To get on base, maybe steal some back. No, he was slugging yesterday. You see him there early on, but here's one of 2 home runs. The first that he hit off of Biagini up in Toronto. Here comes the second one, and it was just a monster day for Mookie Betts. I mentioned that 4 for 6 with a couple of home runs. Here's the 4th hit of the day, his 2nd single. Just a huge day for him, so he is locked in. He will be leading things off here against Martin Perez as we get started.
You know, you look at Mookie Betts, he's 24 years old. He knocked in 8 runs in a game last year. He's done it twice.
That is a week or even a month
Man.
for most guys. Incredible to see. Here comes Martin Perez's first pitch of the game. There's the start that he is looking for as we keep an eye on Martin. He mentioned that. You know, the strike percentage has been good for him this year, 61%, right around league average. The tempo has been something he has talked about working on as he misses inside with the fastball to Betts. He's been talking about that all the way back to spring training, about keeping that good tempo, getting right back on the pitching rubber. Certainly the defense will appreciate that.
And for Martin, we say it almost every other time he pitches anyway, that throughout his young major league career, it's always been an effort for him to control his emotions, and he's much better now than when he started, and I think he would be the first to say that he continues to work on that and maintain a calm demeanor on the mound.
There's that changeup that you were talking about. Does a nice job of throwing it in the fastball count, right? I got to believe more often than not that's where that changeup can be really effective when you got this good hitting team sitting on fastballs.
Yeah, don't you think, CJ, when you throw a changeup right down the middle of the plate and the hitter misses it, it's a pretty good indication it's a good changeup.
Ground ball to Adrian Beltre, and he's got plenty of time. Throws over to first base where Joey Gallo was there to receive the throw, and one out pretty quickly here for Martin Perez.
Rangers defense is delivered to you by Texas Department of Transportation. Carlos Gomez in center, Nomar Mazara in left. Shin-Soo Choo probably getting more time in the outfield than he might have anticipated when the season started. He's in right. Elvis and Rugi up the middle. Beltre at third. Joey Gallo is at first base. Mike Napoli's DHing today, and Jonathan Lucroy is behind the plate.
Dustin Pedroia now steps in against Martin Perez, and take a look at Pedroia hitting .297, just 2 home runs so far this year, but that on-base percentage of .382. He's done an excellent job in the 2-hole here for the Red Sox. And there's a line drive base hit just out of the reach of Rougned Odor, and Dustin Pedroia is going to be first base runner of this game as he just kind of reaches out and slaps this thing to right field.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good groove right now. He has his average with that hit right near 300. I think what's always amazed me about Pedroia, obviously he's not a very big guy, kind of like Jose Altuve, but he holds the bat right down on the bottom and swings as hard as he can. And he's one of the few guys who walks more than he strikes out. He's got just incredible hand-eye coordination and control of that bat.
A little bit of a throwback player now as Chris Young steps in against Martin Perez, and he goes hacking. First pitch, line drive right back to Adrian Beltre, who was in the right spot for a one-pitch rocket out in L5 in the score.
Right now, if I'm Martin Perez, I'm thinking, thank God that ball wasn't hit back to me. And I don't know if that bottle would have lessened the blow of this rope.
No, I don't think this line drive would have done very well in that glove of Martin Perez, but you see Chris Young jumping on the first pitch, and that is a situation where Martin Perez has to be a little bit careful, especially in the first inning. He actually has a 5.40 ERA in the first inning, a .323 batting average against. So the first inning has been a little bit of an issue, but he's got 2 quick outs with a runner on first.
You know a ball's hit hard when Adrian Beltre is 100 feet away and is smiling after he caught it, indicating he was really happy he was able to catch that ball.
Oh, absolutely. Nice play there, and no chance to double up Pedroia, who did not get very far off the bag in that spot. And Hanley Ramirez now stepping in. He goes hacking. That's going to be a base hit into left field. Pedroia will stop at second. And with 2 outs, the Boston Red Sox have runners at first and second. It sounded like he caught that off the end a little bit, didn't it, Tom?
Yeah, he hit it pretty well, but it didn't have that good sound to it. Didn't really jump off his bat.
Take a look here as Hanley Ramirez takes the big hack. Now that ball, and we'll see this from Martino, I think sometimes that four-seam fastball will cut back over the plate. The big running fastball like a lot of lefties would do. That one looked like it had a little unintended cut and came back over the middle. Still Martin an opportunity to get out of this 2 outs. He will have to now face Jackie Bradley Jr., who is likely going to be a tough out for Martin Perez. I mentioned it as we went through the lineup. He has been crushing it against lefties. .392 with 3 home runs this year. Martin has got a high batting average against these lefties. I think there's a little bit more to it, .343, but not necessarily a lot of solid contact. It's only been 1 home run against him. I feel like he's run into a little bit more bad luck when we've watched him this year against lefties.
Yeah, and hopefully that'll even it out over the last half of the season.
Goes hacking at the first pitch and fouls it away. And the Red Sox had a field day in Toronto. We showed you some of those highlights for Mookie Betts. Overall, they went 18 for 49 with runners in scoring position. This season, they have been very good, .277 on the year as a team. It was interesting, too. Early in the year, when we saw them the first time, so many complaints up in Boston about the fact that this team does not hit a lot of home runs, but they get on base and they score runs. Ground ball hit right to Elvis Andrus. He's going to take it himself, step on the bag, and the inning is over. So a couple of base hits, but no damage done. Martin Perez gets through the first inning. We'll go to the bottom of the first as the Rangers are coming back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The Red Sox, no runs for them in the top of the first, and now the Rangers are coming to bat. It's the Southwest batting order, and here we're going to take a look at what the Rangers are throwing out there this evening. Choo has done a very nice job in the leadoff spot, batting .306. You see Elvis Mazzara, the others in there, but Carlos Gomez, what he has done over his last 13 games at home. He has been very comfortable here in Arlington. He's got some drastic splits as well. They'll be going up against Rick Porcello, and here's the arsenal of the Red Sox right-hander.
Let's check it out. Throws a fastball like Martin. He throws a sinking fastball. An excellent command, excellent control, doesn't walk anybody. When he's pitching well, he's keeping the ball on the ground, throws a curveball, changeup, cutter, slider. Got a lot of different pitches. Giving up more home runs this year. Higher rate than at any time in his career. It's kind of funny if you look at some of his numbers. He's 6th in the league in innings pitched. He's got a 4.7 strikeout to walk ratio. Almost a strikeout per inning. You wouldn't think with those numbers that he'd have a 5.06 ERA, but he has.
It certainly has been a strange year for Rick Porcello. Of course, won the Cy Young Award a year ago, led the league with his 22 wins, and now he is sitting here leading the league in losses with 10 already. As Central Chief fouls off to 2-2.
You know, I guess with wins and losses, there can be a little bit of good fortune in there, but he's just not pitching quite the same this year as he did last year. Last 2 years, he's given up 23, 25 home runs, already 17. That's kind of unusual for him.
Yeah, the long ball has certainly been an issue as Chu takes a pitch up and away and runs the first at bat of the night full. And you see most losses after a Cy Young season. Now,
wow,
Porcello is on pace. We are right just past the halfway mark, and if that season continued, he could have a shot at tying Steve Carlton, who lost 20 the year after winning. Now, the difference there with those guys, of course, is they're also making way more starts.
44 starts.
So you think about losing 20 and making 32, 33 starts. That would be
a big difference.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, Gaylord could have been 22 and 17 that year. The other thing those pitchers are doing, those Hall of Famers back then, they're going 9 innings, and so they're getting more decisions than guys get nowadays.
Now here's a ground ball to the right side, bobbled, but in plenty of time, and Chu will be retired. The shift was on, of course, as you see so often with the left-handers. That was actually Devin Marrero, the third baseman, who was playing all the way over. Here's the end first, as you see Chu out by a full step. Wearing those Delino de Shields shoes again, but that's actually Marrero playing essentially what is straightaway second base, and a little bit of a bobble. And we see this a lot, I think, Tom, with these shifts where guys get a little bit thrown off. The angles are different.
If I was a second baseman and I had to play 25 feet out in right field, that would be very uncomfortable. You don't know how hard you have to charge it. You can't lay back on it because even an average runner can beat it out from way back there.
And I think it's also the angle of the throw. I mean, I know they practice in spring training and they've been doing it a lot more, but what an odd angle some of these shifts really create for these fielders. Elvis Andrus steps in and rips one down the left field line, and that ball is going to get down one, hops the wall. Andrus around first, coasts into second, and it is a 1-out double for the all-star wannabe Elvis Andrus.
Yeah, like
20th of the year.
Like it says right behind the catcher, elect Elvis. And boy, you talk about having a season. Talked about Elvis last year, had a career year. He really established himself as a frontline offensive player. A sinking fastball, not necessarily a terrible pitch, might have been a little bit inside, but Elvis is just doing such a great job this year getting the barrel of the bat on the ball. He had career highs in home runs, RBIs, batting average. He's already hit more home runs halfway through the season than he did all of last year.
He is having a fantastic year. Make sure you go #ElectElvis. Go to TexasRangers.com/vote. Let's get him in the All-Star game. He absolutely is having an All-Star season. Now Nomar Mazara will step in against Porcello with an opportunity here with Elvis in scoring position.
You know, it's a lot easier for those of us that struggle with our math to make projections for a player when you're halfway through the season. And it doesn't mean the second half's going to be the same as the first, but it's fun to look at what Elvis might be able to do if his second half is anything like his first half.
And this one is grounded one hopper to the first baseman, takes it himself, steps on the bag, and Elvis will go over to third base. That play was made by Sam Travis.
Let's check out the Red Sox defense tonight. Jackie Bradley Jr., outstanding young center fielder. Mookie Betts in right field. Chris Young is in left field. Devin Marrero's at third. Sam Travis is at first. A couple of names our fans might not be familiar with, along with Zhu Wei Lin from Taiwan, out of Double-A ball at shortstop. Pedroia, the veteran, at second base, and Sandy Leon behind the plate.
And there is Lin, the young shortstop, and boy, does he look it. Just 23 years old. This is his first year in the big leagues. Just got a little bit of time. Recently called up to the big leagues. He's only played in 8 games, 18 at bats so far for him. Now he's filling in for Xander Bogaerts, who is dealing with a little bit of a groin issue. He's only played 8 games. Got 2 triples already. Slider down low for Rick Porcello, much in the same way. Adrian Beltre, by the way, up now against Porcello, much in the same way that we were talking about Elvis. It's probably fair to say the same thing about Rick Porcello. We look at the losses, and obviously we know pitchers' wins and losses are for the most part out of your hands. And Porcello's actually done a nice job of getting deep in games, and the strikeouts are there. The run support average, though, has been low. That's been one of the issues. He had tremendous run support a year ago when he won those 22 games. Run support has come down. Got to imagine that's going to get a little bit better because this Red Sox offense has been a lot better as of late. Slow breaking ball. Rick Porcello with a long look in to home plate umpire Chad Whitson. He wanted that call. It could be like that one just missed the top of the zone. Now Adrian Beltre in a nice count here, 3-1 with Elvis Andrus leading off first. Excuse me, third. This one fouled back, and you see Rick Porcello going with the breaking ball there. Tom, looked like a slider on that 3-1 count. Now, when you're in this situation, you have an open base. You got a great RBI guy in Adrian Beltre. We've seen him do it so long over his career. When you get the 3-1 slider, can you sit something 3-2, or you still have to react?
No, I think you have to look for a fastball and react, especially with 2 strikes. I think that's the way most hitters hit.
And this one misses just down and away, and Porcello arms out and showing some frustration already. He did not get the breaking ball high. He did not get the fastball low, but to me, it's both of those just missed. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, it's tough to argue with an umpire on those 2 calls, especially the curveball. If you throw a big curveball that just barely comes near the top of the strike zone, that's a tough one for an umpire to give you. That last one is maybe touching the bottom of the strike zone, but much closer to being a ball than a strike. So that's a little bit of begging right there on the part of the pitcher, but hey, that's what you guys do.
Absolutely. As you see John Farrell, the manager of the Boston Red Sox.
He's a pitcher. A
former pitcher. He knows all about that begging, but it is part of also maybe working the umpire a little bit, trying to get him to open the zone, not just for these at-bats, but throughout the game. Rougned Odor steps in now with an opportunity here with runners on first and third and 2 outs. There's that slider. You talked about maybe looking fastballs early. I got to believe Rougned Odor was thinking after the walk that he might be getting a fastball in his zone. Took a big hack. That slider down and in. Porcello goes back to the slider, misses way in. Now you see the pitch count already, regardless of the outcome. Obviously, you would love to see the Rangers get on the board early against Porcello, but this is going to be pitch number 21. It's a warm night here. Porcello, of course, a Northeastern guy, grew up in New Jersey, pitches in Boston. You got to believe this heat can be a little bit uncomfortable for him. So nice job here so far, at least by the Rangers, to get the pitch count up. This one down is going to get away from Leon, and Elvis Andrus is going to score easily. Adrian Beltre down to second. And that is going to be a wow pitch against Rick Porcello. And the Rangers out with an early 1-0 lead.
Well, he's obviously going to go out of his way not to give Rougned a good pitch to hit. He saw him swing at that first slider down and in, so he's gone back to it twice, and that's one of the risks. If you want to throw it down near the dirt, low and inside, you run the risk of making it a little bit too low and inside, and that can happen. Well, the Rangers will take it that way.
Absolutely. And now Ruben Odor's got another runner in scoring position with Adrian Beltre at second. Now you see Rick Porcello struggling a little bit. That's the second breaking ball that we have seen almost kind of slip out of his hand a little bit, finished near the top of the zone. That one was way outside. Now he has been pretty good here in his career. Look at the numbers, 4-2 with a 3.19 ERA in his 6 starts here at Globe Life Park. And Odor fouls one back, and the count will go full. Check out Ruben Odor in his career versus the Boston Red Sox. Just 12 games, but 326 batting average. Got the 1 home run and the 6 RBI. So he's had a pretty nice run in those 12 games against the Red Sox. It's been 5 hitters to the plate. It's been 3 3-ball counts against Rick Porcello. And this one line just foul inside the bag as Ruben Odor turns on that pitch for Rick Porcello. He has seen enough sliders and off-speed pitches. I got to believe Tom has got a pretty good read on that pitch.
Yeah, and you know, Porcello has scouting reports, so he knows that he doesn't have to throw a strike rate here necessarily to get a swing. He's a guy in his career has walked 2 batters per 9 innings, so he does not walk many. If he doesn't throw a strike rate here, it's because he's not trying to throw a strike, probably.
And there's the breaking ball, swung on and missed at 75 miles an hour, and Ruben Odor will strike out to end this inning. But Elvis Andrus with the double and a run scored, and the Rangers take an early lead here against the Red Sox. It's 1-0 in Arlington. Here we go, top of the 2nd inning. Martin Perez out for his 2nd inning of work, and he'll face the rookie Sam Travis. Start off that 2nd inning. Travis takes that fastball for a strike. Time a little old school. We don't see too many of it, right? But no batting gloves for Sam Travis, as you see the numbers there. Filling in at first base for Mitch Moreland, of course, with the lefty Perez going. No Mitch Moreland in the lineup tonight, but you like seeing it?
Well,
you respect it?
I remember the old days when we didn't have them, no matter whether you wanted them or not. It just must be a case. There's a handful of guys in baseball that just aren't comfortable with the batting gloves on. They must feel like they just can't feel the bat like they want to. But there's no doubt there's a huge advantage with the gloves. It takes the sting out of a badly hit ball, especially one off the end of the bat. The pine tar just seems to stick to your hand better.
And Travis grounds one to the left side. That's going to get through for a base hit. And it is a leadoff single here for the Red Sox and Sam Travis to start off that second. Now,
I think one of the things that really helps is that new tape that they have.
That's what I was going to ask you about that.
It's kind of a soft, rubberized tape. It's almost like a golf grip. So I would say there might be more players going to no batting gloves. And because of that new grip, they might be able to do it much easier.
You see Travis with the big hack here against Martin Perez. No, you're absolutely right. That Vulcan tape that they use, and you can get it in certain thicknesses as well.
Yeah. I wish they had that 40, 50 years ago.
Instead of just your hands rattling.
Oh, yeah. Just, you know, back then, I think Hawk Harrelson, at least he takes credit for being the first guy to
just
use
ask him,
a batting glove. But it was a golf glove. And so we started using golf gloves, but they only lasted about 2 or 3 games before they ripped. But they felt so good because of this, taking the sting out of the bat, the extra grip you could get. And early in the season, on night games where it's, you know, in the 30s or low 40s, it just makes such a huge difference.
You're absolutely right. You see so many of the guys now that use that tape across the board. It certainly does seem a lot more comfortable, and it's already trickled down to the amateur levels.
You know, when
Leon pops this one up on the left side, Mazzara chasing Elvis as well. They'll watch that one go in the stands, and Martin Perez ahead of Sandy Leon.
When you're playing without a batting glove, and I'll say the old days because that's when it was, and it's cold out, and let's say you foul a ball off your hands, and your hands are ringing, and it's 40 degrees out. They're not going to stop before the next pitch comes. So it's just impossible to grip the bat and feel like you're really going to go after the pitch when all you can think about is, I hope I don't get jammed.
0-2 from Perez, down in the dirt now, count 1-2. Now I'll tell you this, I remember pitching, and when you knew you got a guy and it was cold, and even if you did have batting gloves on, you knew that sting was there. My philosophy was, it's coming again. You're gonna have to prove it. Some people, it's kind of dirty pool, but you know what? Those guys are digging in July when it's really warm, taking those big hacks. Gotta make up for that in April. Perez 1-2, and looked like a changeup that misses outside. That will be an important pitch, as it always is. You mentioned it earlier for Martin Perez. He's got just 2 left-handed hitters that he's going up against in this Red Sox lineup. I mentioned Moreland, of course. Also, Andrew Benintendi is not in there tonight. And so you think about facing 7 right-handed hitters. The changeup and good command of the fastball away will be very important for Martin tonight. And there's a changeup below the zone, and Sandy Leon goes fishing. That's going to be the first strikeout for Martin Perez tonight.
Sandy Leon turned into a nice force offensively for the Red Sox last year. He was hot when the Rangers faced him. He had over 300. That's a very nice changeup. See the grip, good location, and see how much it fooled Sandy Leon.
And I think the fact for Martin that he was able to go back-to-back will tell you how good that changeup was as well. It's one thing when you haven't seen it, but you throw one outside the way that he did and come back with one down in the zone and able to get Leon chasing. That is certainly a good sign for Martin, as he now is getting ready to face Devin Marrero, third baseman tonight for the Red Sox. Good first pitch breaking ball, like get me over breaking ball, and quickly ahead 0-1. It's a very good Boston Red Sox offense. They came into tonight 3rd in Major League Baseball in batting average, 5th in on-base percentage. We talked about it was a big concern. If you heard this or not, but people have a tendency to overreact in markets like Boston. They were dissatisfied with the lack of home runs from this Boston offense, but they're getting it done. They're scoring runs, and at the end of the day, that is what is most important. 8th in Major League Baseball in runs scored, despite the fact that they are 26th in home runs hit this year. Just 83 on the season. It's kind of the opposite of what we're seeing around the game too, right, Tom? I mean, it's all these big swings, it's all the home runs, and here's an offense that just does not hit the long ball very often, but yet they get on base, they work counts, they score runs.
Well, they don't have Big Papi, so obviously that is 30 home runs that they're not going to hit. But at the same time, the thing that's hard to project is what else Big Papi meant to the lineup. how did it affect the other hitters in the lineup? Did it make them get better pitches to hit? Did it make them more confident? Did they hit more home runs because Big Papi was there? I don't know the answer to those questions, but you have to think it affected the lineup in ways other than what he produced individually.
No, I think it's fair. Think about going up against the lineup and knowing that that big threat was in the middle, and how are you going to handle the hitter before him and the hitter after him. He doesn't just affect what he does, but it's also the hitters around him. So with that home run threat being gone, yeah, it's a little bit of a different approach for opposing pitchers as they come in. But I just remember being there and thinking, yeah, he's gone. It's a big deal. He's a great player. But this is still a good enough offense to compete. And they really have gotten it together since we last saw them. And here's one line down the right field line. Chu over. This one is going to get down. Marrero will hold up at first. Travis will go to third. And with one out, Martin Perez has got a first and third situation to deal with.
You know, and who knows, maybe that's one of the reasons the Red Sox started out 21-21, because the hitters just were affected by him not being in the lineup. Maybe they're trying to hit home runs when they're not home run hitters. Who knows? But now that they seem to be finding their identity, they are a much better team. It's reflected in the standings. Marrero's only hitting .212, but he's hitting .350 against lefties, and that's why he's in the lineup.
And you always love having that guy, right? Especially if you have some left-handers that you can give the night off in those situations. Get yourself a righty that hits lefties well. Third base has been a huge problem for the Boston Red Sox, an ongoing one that there's a lot of speculation that they will address before the trade deadline. Well, I mentioned Lynn, just 8 games played so far this season. He steps in against Martin Perez in the big first and third spot. Lynn 2 for 2 against lefties so far, 4 for 16 against the righties. So he hasn't had very much experience at the big league level against left-handed hitters. He looks late on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Martin Perez, and that's one of those things we've talked about a lot with Martin that I think has kind of gone unnoticed. His fastball average is right at 94 miles an hour. That is the third best among left-handed starters. Chris Sale and James Paxton and some of the big fastballs. Martin Perez is just a tick below those guys, and I think sometimes that gets lost a little bit in the shuffle. He throws hard, doesn't have, like I said, doesn't have that natural big run from a lefty, but he makes up for it with really good velocity.
Yeah, and that's why when you watch Martin, it's easy to feel like he's on the verge or headed in the direction of becoming a top of the rotation pitcher. You watch a 94, 95 mile an hour sinker. You see the changeup that struck out Sandy Leon. You see the curveball that he throws, slider. He's got all the pitches, and it's just a matter of putting them together, gaining the confidence, and watching it happen. Be great if every pitcher developed that way when they're 22 years old, 23 years old, but sometimes it takes a while.
And it seems like it's been consistent, right? With the lefties always a little bit later. Martin Perez is still only 26 years old, just kind of entering his prime right now.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. If I was a general manager and you feel like, okay, we've waited long enough, and you trade him, you just hold your breath and watch it happen when he goes 15-6 the next year with a 3.2 ERA.
I think that's always kind of been the case too here at Globe Life Park, is you love having good lefties to kind of contend with right field. That has been an issue and can be when you get the ball in the air. Now Martin Perez, you mentioned the ground ball rate, very good at 45%, just slightly above league average, but just doesn't give up home runs to lefties. Does a very nice job of keeping them in the ballpark.
Yep.
Just one allowed so far this year. Two swung on and missed, and Lynn goes down on strikes, and a big strikeout there for Martin Perez. 2 outs now here in the top of the second inning, and it'll get a little bit more difficult. You-bet's up next.
That's a great way to go after a young minor league hitter just up from Double-A ball. Is pound him inside with a 95 mile an hour tailing fastball. It's something you don't see very often in the minor leagues, and when you need a strikeout, it's a great way to go get one. First and third and 1 out.
And you really don't even see that, I don't think, that much at the big league level, right? It's traditional, of course. It's fastballs away, lefty on left. It's the big breaking ball. I love seeing Martin attack left-handed hitters, especially with the two-seamer there, get a little bit of run in on their hands. That is one of the last pitches most lefties will be looking for. You see the numbers there for Mookie Betts, who grounded out to third first inning. He's ahead here 1-0. Now Betts, as good as he has been even better with runners in scoring position. He has one here right now with Sam Travis at third. I'm at a .419 batting average with runners in scoring position this year for Mookie Betts. Changeup misses off the plate. Now you see Martin Perez in this inning getting a little bit long. We talked about it with Rick Porcello. 21 pitches for Martin in the second inning. This one misses down, and Martin now behind 3-0. This is another area where Mookie Betts has been very strong. Leads the team, the Red Sox, 39 walks. He's had 5 over his last 3 games. And they do the strikeout to walk ratio. You don't see it too often really with hitters. Don't talk about it very much. But his, like I say, his walk to strikeout ratio, 1.3. That's second best in the American League, third in the big leagues.
Yeah, the 2 toughest guys to strike out in Major League Baseball are Betts and Pedroia. Together they've walked 73 times and struck out 53 times. And if I'm Martin Perez, I'm not throwing him a good pitch 3-0. Not after a guy drove in 8 runs yesterday.
And not
I know if I groove a fastball, he's going to swing at it.
Absolutely. He's red hot too, right? That's also part of it. But we talk about, you mentioned it, the toughest guys to strike out in the big leagues. Well, that was one in Mookie Betts. Well, that's some bad news. Dustin Pedroia is even tougher to strike out. You look at the strikeout percentage here. Dustin Pedroia the best, Mookie Betts the second best, and Jonathan Lucroy, we've talked about him a lot as well, does a really nice job of shortening up with 2 strikes. And you look at these guys right here, contact hitters, not necessarily huge power guys, but hitters that take a little bit of that old school approach, keep it simple, shorten up when you get to those 2 strike counts.
Yeah, I don't even look at Pedroia as that kind of a guy. But Pedroia is just one of the most uncanny hand-eye coordination guys. See him hold the bat right down at the bottom, and he swings as hard as he can. Now he'll go the other way with some balls, but his ability to hold the bat at the bottom, swing as hard as he can, and still make contact and walk, it's amazing.
Former MVP takes a strike, now count even 1-1. See Martin go back-to-back breaking balls. Now Pedroia has been very good in these runners in scoring positions situation. 344 batting average in those spots. Very good, not nearly as good as Mookie Betts, but Mookie Betts is on another planet right now. This Red Sox offense, 277 on the year with runners in scoring position. And this one's grounded foul. So 3 now breaking balls in a row. That's best of Pedroia with his runners in scoring position. So it's been 3 breaking balls, Tom. Good time to maybe go fastball out of the zone. I know he's a pretty disciplined hitter, but you like the idea of maybe climbing the ladder up and in?
Yeah, I think if you make a good pitch, it doesn't matter what kind of pitch it is. It's just throw it with conviction and make it and execute the pitch.
So Martin Perez looking in here with Jonathan Lucroy. Option of maybe going that changeup down and away as well. They go with the high fastball, 95 miles an hour, and you see Jonathan Lucroy step out and kind of point his glove at Martin Perez to say, yes, that's what I wanted you to do. But he's going to go out now for his second visit in this at bat to talk about what they may want to do here. Got to believe the changeup is going to be in play after the high fastball. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the second inning here in Arlington. Martin Perez working against Dustin Pedroia. Has put together a pretty good at bat here so far through 4 pitches. And the breaking ball is lined past the diving Elvis Andrus and into left field. Travis will score. Marrero will score. And Dustin Pedroia comes through once again with runners in scoring position. And the Boston Red Sox take a 2-1 lead.
Well, the one thing you say with both Pedroia and Betts, we were just talking about it, it doesn't matter what you throw them, they're not going to strike out. They're going to put the ball in play. That's not a terrible pitch. It hit him off the hands. Didn't hit it that hard. Had a little bit of good fortune. He found a hole, but there's such a difference. You put the ball in play, something good can happen. Not a hard hit ball, but he found a spot for it.
See Elvis Andrus, tremendous effort to try to dive and catch that ball, but it is out of his range, and Dustin Pedroia comes through again. Very good at bat from him. You see that head down too, I think always kind of sticks out a little bit, Tom. That breaking ball, and he saw a bunch in that 5-pitch at bat. He saw 4 of them. So I wondered maybe had Martin thought change, but he wanted to throw that breaking ball. See the pitch count, number 40 through an inning and 2/3 is coming next. Chris Young takes a change up on the corner. Young, of course, lined out in his first at bat. He hit that rocket to Adrian Beltre, 108 miles an hour off the bat, but it was right at Adrian.
I don't think he's got 109 in his tank. I think that's his best shot, 108. Which not many guys do have 109. 108's pretty good. I just can't imagine that he can get a ball much harder than that.
Travis led off this inning with a base hit and scored. It was a Sandy Leon strikeout, a Devin Marrero single, and then the Lynn strikeout. So it was 2 outs, 2 on. There's the walk to Mookie Betts, and then the big hit, the Dustin Pedroia single, which has given the Red Sox a 2-1 lead. Throw to second. Not in time, as Ruben Odor slipped in behind Mookie Betts. It's funny, Tom, right? We talk about the open glove play, and that's what that was right there. But Rugi's the second baseman, but because of where he's playing, he essentially acts like a shortstop. He snuck in behind Betts, flashed that glove open. And that's how Martin Perez knew he had to make that throw.
Close play.
One down now. Count 2-1. You know, the other thing with that too, for pitchers, you see that from your riddle infielder, right? When he gives you that sign and says, I'm going to run to the bag right now. You spin and throw, or you don't pitch. One thing you do, and the worst mistake you can make, is actually delivering a pitch in that spot and having your infielder out of position.
Right. Throw it or step off, right?
Martin Perez in a little bit of a jam here, getting ready to deliver his 43rd pitch of the game as he battles Chris Young with runners at first and second. Red Sox up 2-1. Chris Young surprisingly has struggled against lefties this year, just a .235 batting average, and he looked at him as the guy that might be able to give some of their lefties a break. You bring that right-handed bat in, maybe give Andrew Benintendi a day off, but he has struggled this year against lefties. That slider just misses, and I think Martin Perez was hoping that he was going to get that call. Pitch finished just off the plate. Now Martin Perez in a jam here. Full count. Runners will be on the move with 2 outs. Changeup just misses off the plate, and Martin Perez has walked his second batter of the inning, and you see Jeff Bannister now on the phone. Looks like they're going to get somebody up in the Ranger bullpen.
Designated hitter, Henry Ramirez.
And again, with Martin, it's definitely not a case of having subpar stuff. It's just a case of making a pitch. Red Sox, right now, they're in a great groove. They're a little bit tougher to make a pitch on because they don't swing at pitches right there all the time. Lesser hitter, guy that's a little bit less disciplined at the plate, you get him to swing at that pitch, but Young was able to lay off it.
Doug Brocail out right now, as you see Nick Martinez warming in that Ranger bullpen, and I think for Doug Brocail, waited a little while to get out there, wanting to give Martinez a little bit of time, as you see him rushing to get ready, and also Doug Brocail trying to give Martin Perez a little bit of a breather, try to get him back on track. This is a very, very difficult lineup to face. .282 batting average against first left-handed pitching. They have been very good. They've been crushing it over their last 10 games as well, and they work counts. This is a team that does not hack early. They will take a lot of first pitch strikes. It's been an area where they have been very strong, and so they have worked Martin Perez forced him to get in the zone, and he is now getting ready to face his 8th hitter of the inning in Hanley Ramirez.
Yeah, I would think for a pitcher, the toughest kind of a lineup to face is this kind of a lineup. They walk a lot. They don't strike out very much. They've got some power sprinkled throughout the lineup. That's not a big part of their offense, but when there's men on base and you're trying to make a pitch, guys that don't strike out and guys that walk are the toughest guys to pitch against.
Well, this is a big at-bat for Martin Perez. Hanley Ramirez, of course, a very good hitter. He has struggled against lefties a little bit this year. Just .225 has actually been worse even in RBI situations. Excuse me, running and scoring position situations. Just .217 as he chases a changeup out of the zone. We talk about disciplined hitters in this Boston Red Sox lineup. Hanley Ramirez doesn't necessarily fit that bill, as you've seen him take 2 very aggressive hacks on pitches that were out of the zone. And now for Martin, be smart here. Make sure you keep something out of the zone on this 0-2 count. "35th pitch of the inning coming right now for Perez. Ground ball right at Adrian Beltre. Races to the bag. He's going to tag out Pedroia.
He didn't want to race him to the bag. He's afraid Pedroia might beat him.
And the inning is over, but the Red Sox put 2 on the board. We'll go to the bottom of the 2nd here in Arlington.
It's the Denny second inning slam.
Time for our T-Mobile Unlimited Baseball break. And check this out. The Los Angeles Dodgers lost to the Padres yesterday. Just the 4th time in the last 24 games. They have been killing it. Aaron Judge has been killing it as well. He's the youngest to lead the American League All-Star fan voting since Ken Griffey Jr. did it in 1994. And Max Scherzer, you see there the note on him. Not surprisingly, having a monster season. But maybe even bigger news on Aaron Judge. Tommy's going to participate in the home run derby. He announced that today. He and his teammate.
Judge and Stanton. Doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, you really can't have a home run derby without Aaron Judge. Right now, I get it. I don't fault guys. We talked about it over the weekend in Chicago. They don't want to do it. They don't have to do it. I totally get that. You see Mike Napoli stepping in now against Rick Porcello. The numbers on the season for Nap. But
I guess the only thing I would be thinking about if I was Aaron Judge is I've had a spectacular first half of the year, and I don't want to risk any chance that I get into a bad habit taking 40, 50, 60 swings trying to hit a home run on every pitch. That would be the only thing I'd worry about. I want to just keep doing what I'm doing. We got a chance to go to the postseason. I got a chance to have a spectacular year. May not be affected at all by the home run derby. I think most guys don't feel that it is, but With a slight chance that it is, that would be my only reservation.
Ground ball to Lynn over to first, and Mike Napoli is retired. Let's take a look at our Kubota Power Stats, brought to you by, you guessed it, Kubota. Take a look at Rick Porcello and some of the struggles that he has had this year. Again, won the Cy Young Award a year ago, but the opponent's batting average .312 this season. That is 5th highest in Major League Baseball. You see the 11.8 hits per 9 innings. That is the 3rd highest in Major League Baseball. So the contact, I'm not going to say the contact has been an issue because this is his highest strikeout rate he's ever had in his career. So he's getting
his normal low walk rate.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
That's
not being a huge guy that understands analytics, is there a possibility that last year he was very fortunate with batting average on balls in play, and this year it's turned around a little bit and more balls are finding holes, for instance?
See Carlos Gomez grounding to Pedroia over to first base, and 2 quick outs here for Rick Porcello. No, I think that's absolutely always something that you can look at. Another thing with a lot of these numbers and stuff, you got to give it time. Like, you know, we're looking at the first half of the season to try to dig in a little bit. So, okay, what's going on with Rick Porcello? But no, you're right. The batting average on balls in play, which can get, you know, a little bit dicey when you talk about it, but essentially meaning, you know, the guy puts the ball in play. Is he getting a hit or is he not? Well, last year for Rick Porcello, 269. It's pretty good. This year, 367. So it's 100 points higher. From there, then you start looking at the quality of the contact.
Yeah, so then that's the question that I always ask. Okay, are they the same balls that are now falling in that didn't fall in, or are they ropes this year that don't need to have good fortune as much?
Well, I think that's the good part is you can start to look a little bit. And I'll tell you what, as much as we can look up numbers, I'd rather just ask John Farrell, who watched them all year, and he'll give you the best evaluation of what the differences may have been. We start to dig in a little bit. Yeah, you can look at hard hits and exit velocity and all those things and start to put together a little bit of a formula, but you'll get no better information than what you're going to get from a pitching coach who watched him an entire season, catchers that know him behind the plate. They tell you something like, hey, you know, the two-seamer's not moving as much this year. Guys are squaring it up earlier. There's been a different approach after the big year he had a year ago. I mean, there's all different kinds of factors, but that luck factor, that BABIP stat, yeah, it's gone against Rick Porcello this year compared to a year ago.
And like we said earlier, the other thing that doesn't take analytics, all you have to do is look at the home run rate. He's on pace to give up 35–40% more home runs this year than he did last year too.
Yep, his ground ball rate is down this year. The home runs per fly balls 12%. He doesn't care about any of that. He wanted that 1-2 pitch called to strike as he's facing Jonathan Lucroy, and Lucroy hits a one-hopper to Dustin Pedroia over the first, and a quick 1-2-3 inning, just 12 pitches for Rick Porcello after a 22-minute top of the second. We'll go to the 3rd inning. We get back here in Arlington.
trailing the Red Sox by a score of 2-1. It is time for our progressive fan of the game, and I am a sucker for love. And these two are newlyweds, just got married, and first stop on their honeymoon here at a Ranger game. Where'd you guys get married?
We got married up in Aspen at Maroon Bells.
And headed to the official honeymoon where?
Turks and Caicos.
Yes, I'm jealous. I wish you'd take me with me. But you can take this progressive fan of the game bag with you, and I'll be there in spirit, guys.
Great. Thank you, Emily.
Well, that is fantastic. Congratulations. I saw those sunglasses. Those will work well at Turks and Caicos. 18 years from me, Tom. My wife's still waiting for that honeymoon. Part of the baseball life sometimes. So what are you talking about? All 18 years have been a honeymoon.
I think that's exactly what she's saying. I don't need 1 week. I've had a lifetime of a honeymoon.
And then she says, when are you leaving? When's your next game?
Yeah, that's the honeymoon for her.
Top of the third inning here. The Red Sox are leading the Rangers by a score of 2-1. Jackie Bradley Jr. steps in against Martin Perez. I mentioned the 36 pitches, 22 minutes his last inning. And if you thought, well, maybe that would mess up Rick Porcello, it did not. He had a 12-pitch inning, went 1-2-3. So now it's going to be Martin's turn. Make sure he's keeping that momentum going with the Rangers. He did a good job of not letting that inning get away from him despite the 2 runs. So he's going to have to continue to grind against this good Boston Red Sox lineup. How about the crowd here tonight, Tom? A beautiful night. Got a little pre-4th of July fireworks. Gotta believe that probably has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a great 3-game series. Should be close to a sellout all 3 games.
And unofficially, 0 Red Sox fans here. Not official. One can hope.
Yeah, they'll try to sneak in a "Let's Go Red Sox" 4 or 5 times, but they're usually drowned out by "Let's Go Rangers."
They got their own sign in left field. We'll get security on that. Here's the full count pitch from Martin, grounded back up the middle. Elvis fields cleanly, throws across his body, and a great play. And Jackie Bradley Jr. is retired. And let's go to our first Chevy game break. Here's John Radigan.
First baseman Sam Travis.
That's an exciting player. Have you seen some of the plays he's made this year, Garcia?
It's like having that fast kid in Little League, right?
Wow.
As far as his ability, that one was pretty incredible. As you see, a first pitch fly out from Sam Travis against Martin Perez and 2 quick outs. All right, so check this out. Tomorrow is the day. Come celebrate the 4th of July with America's pastime and head out to the ballpark when the Rangers will take on the Boston Red Sox at 7 p.m. You're going to enjoy 4th of July fireworks after the game presented by Honda. Tickets are available at TexasRangers.com, or you can call 972-RANGERS. It is getting to be that time. Of course, the 4th of July tomorrow. We get a little started early here in Texas. It's like the opening day bunting. Did they have that off? They had to, right? They have that off for opening day? Of course.
I can't picture what it looked like, but I'd be surprised if they didn't. Let's put it that way.
Sandy Leon steps in now. You see the strikeout for him back in the 2nd inning, and he pops one up to the right side. Ruben Odor coming over, and he makes the catch, and a very nice 1-2-3 inning. Just 10 pitches for Martin Perez. Exactly what he needed. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Joey Gallo will lead it off. Red Sox are leading the Rangers by a score of 2-1. Let's take a look at our TXU Energy Power Player to watch. We see Joey Gallo stepping in. And how about the Rangers and what they have done so far this year? They have scored 10 or more runs 5 times since June 1st. That is the most in Major League Baseball, as Gallo was hacking the first pitch and fouls it into the stands left field. But it has been a good run here for the Rangers. June has been a good month. We have seen some offensive explosions here with the Rangers, something I believe, Tom, we knew they were capable of all year. A little bit of an up and down year, but June has been pretty good.
Yeah,
or was.
June could have been a lot better, especially the last road trip. A couple of those games that the Rangers had late leads in slipped away. Otherwise, a 4-6 road trip could have been 6-4 road trip, 7-3 road trip, really pretty easily.
It was almost there, so close. A couple of those games, as you see the season numbers for Joey Gallo, just a 193 batting average, but he is slugging when he puts the ball in play. As he lines one foul just past Tony Beasley. How about this? 79% of Joey Gallo's hits are extra base hits when he's facing the starting pitcher. That's the most in baseball.
Wow.
You know, it's just a matter, of course, putting it in play, getting to those starters. But when he does, he goes slugging better than anybody in the game. I feel like, you know, I didn't get to see him obviously as much as you had early in his career, the first couple of years where he got some time. But the discipline seems like it's getting better. Incrementally, I'd like to see a higher batting average. I don't think he's always going to be a strikeout guy with the power, but it seems like Joey has done a really nice job of strike zone recognition.
Well, the good thing that I see with Joey this year, one of the good things, is he's getting a chance to play every day, and he can find things out. The Rangers can find things out. He can see what it's like to play in the big leagues every day. What are the things he has to get better at? It's so difficult for a young player. Get called up, get 40 at bats, get sent back down, back and forth. It's hard to develop a groove, gain any confidence. But I think Jeff Bannister has given him that opportunity to play every day, and he's developed a good frame of mind, a good way to go about it, to block the bad things out, concentrate on the good things. And so at the end of the season, it will have been a great learning experience for him, and hopefully he can continue to build and get better.
7th pitch of the at-bat, and Gallo will see an 8th, and I think that's been part of his game as well. He's done a very nice job of extending at-bats, laying off pitches a little bit more. He's like getting better and better as he goes along. As you see Anthony Iapoce, the hitting coach, gotta believe he's been pretty thrilled with some of the strides that he has seen. I mean, there's always room for more. And you say, well, how can you be happy when you see a low batting average of 193? But you got to dig in a little bit deeper for Joey Gallo. You see now fouls off another pitch. See a 9th in this at-bat. On the flip side, Porcello did a nice job of bouncing back in the 2nd inning, but this is the 4th 3-ball count for him. So the Rangers have done a nice job of running his pitch count up as we get ready to see number 46. Fastball called strike 3 just on the inside corner, and Joey Gallo is not satisfied with all the great work that he put in, Tom, like he really wanted. Pitch called the ball. Hey, how about taking a trip to Margaritaville? That'll be on Friday when the Rangers host the Angels. Pre-game tailgate party with live music and cold drinks. Of course, you can get your Margaritaville-inspired Rangers t-shirt and also post-game fireworks. Just when you thought you might have been tired of fireworks, there's going to be more on Friday. Those will be set to Jimmy Buffett's music. Tickets available at TexasRangers.com/theme nights. And I say that in jest because there's no such thing as getting sick of fireworks. Unless you're a dog. I gotta believe the dogs aren't. In the Arlington area, maybe not as thrilled. Chu steps in and he lifts a fly ball to deep center field, but Jackie Bradley Jr. is there to haul it in, and it's 2 outs and now 6 straight retired for Rick Porcello. Well, Elvis Andrus steps in, and we will remind you about this pretty much every at-bat until we get to the end of the final vote. You have to elect Elvis. Hashtag elect Elvis. Get him to Miami. Go to TexasRangers.com/vote to put Elvis Andrus in the All-Star game. That's a cool sign. That was nicer than our graphic. We got to get that digitized so we can put it on TV. That is a pretty awesome hashtag elect Elvis sign.
And we were talking about it earlier with a similar second half. You're talking about a guy that can hit 300 could approach 20 home runs, could have 90 RBIs, could steal 35 bases, maybe 40. And that puts you, instead of a 7th, 8th, or 9th hitter, it starts turning you into a 3rd place hitter.
Levis was an all-star in 2010, 2012. And he lifts a fly ball to dead center field, but Jackie Bradley Jr. is there. He hauls it in, and the inning is over. 1, 2, 3, and back-to-back innings for Rick Porcello. We'll go to the 4th after this. Sox leading the Rangers by a score of 2-1. Fans, we want you to know that Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Homes for Our Troops, building mortgage-free, specially adapted homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans. Learn more about how Homes for Our Troops is rebuilding lives and visit foxsportssupports.com. Martin Perez now on for his 4th inning of work as he faces Devin Marrero, who will fake the bunt. Take a fastball just down below the zone. See the overall numbers there for Marrero. He did have a single back in the 2nd inning, but just hitting .218, 3 home runs, 19 RBIs on the season. And I mentioned the struggles that they have had at 3rd base with the Boston Red Sox. Marrero playing that position tonight. They had hoped that Pablo Sandoval was going to be the guy when they gave him that 5-year contract a couple of years ago. It hasn't worked out. You start looking at what is happening in Boston and you can see the need. OPS at 3rd base, .598. That's the worst in Major League Baseball. Their 3rd basemen combined are hitting .218 with just 7 home runs for a position that you expect to get some pretty good offensive production out of. The question becomes now.
Well, they had their 3rd baseman about 7 or 8 years ago when they had Adrian Beltre put up the numbers that he did. I don't know if Adrian wanted to stay or not, but I also don't know how hard the Red Sox tried to keep him, but thank goodness they didn't, because the Rangers have been the beneficiaries.
No doubt about that, as Adrian Beltre has been fantastic here, and certainly looking forward to continuing that chase for 3,000, everything else that he has done. Leadoff walk for Marrero. I was going to say the question becomes now, who do you go after? Right? There's so many teams in the American League that seem to be hanging in there. There's not a lot of places to choose from. There's more bad teams, I guess you would say, teams that you would assume would be sellers in the National League, but Todd Frazier is a name that has come up as a rental, at least a guy who will be a free agent after this year. That might be a nice fit at 3rd for the Red Sox. And Lynn up, and he bunts. Martin looks at 2nd, but he throws to 1st, and a straight sacrifice for Lynn as Devin Marrero goes down to 2nd base.
Yeah, Martin gave it a thought. He wanted to field it and go to 2nd, but he had a little bit of doubt. Would have been a fairly close play. And in that situation with the top of the lineup coming up, better get one out. Can't make it first and second, nobody out.
No doubt about it. This bunt was definitely a little bit hard, but I believe I'm with you, Tom. Martin made the right choice. Go ahead and throw that ball into first base. It would have taken a perfect throw, and even then, that play probably would have been pretty close. And so now the lineup will turn over for a third time here in the top of the fourth inning. Mookie Betts steps in to face Martin Perez. Boots, no, that's Betts. That's an E. I don't know. 0 for 1. He's got a walk in the second. You see the numbers there. 285 on the season. 15 home runs. We talked about the monster day he had in Toronto yesterday with his 8 RBIs, 4 for 6. A couple of home runs in Toronto. This is a spot where he has been very good. I mentioned it, came into tonight hitting .419 with runners in scoring position. He's got Devin Marrero on second base right now.
Yeah, right now at age 24, there aren't many better players than this in Major League Baseball. You start talking about the whatever number you want to say, 10 best players in baseball, maybe even 5 or 6 best players in baseball. You got to put him in the discussion. He's a tremendous defensive player. We've already talked about the fact that he walks and doesn't strike out. He walks more than he strikes out. He hits for power. He hits for average. He can throw. He's also a guy who can steal 30 bases.
And he hits a high fly ball to right field, but Chu is under it. And Marrero will tag. Here comes the throw from Chu, and Elvis Andrus will cut it off. And it's going to go down as an F9 for Betts. Marrero to third, and now 2 outs here for Martin Perez.
Well, last year he stole 26 bases, was only thrown out 4 times. This year he's 15 out of 17. So not only does he get a lot of stolen bases, he's very efficient when he does it.
He does a nice job, and you see the frustration there from Betts on that swing. Just got under that ball.
Yeah.
And now Dustin Pedroia will step in with 2 outs here in the top of the fourth inning. The Red Sox leading Martin Perez and the Texas Rangers 2-1. You see Martin go to the windup now with 2 outs and that runner on third. I don't know about you, Tom, and I know for Martin he's more comfortable obviously in the windup, so he prefers to do that. I'm just not a big fan in general of pitchers going to the windup with runners on third. Now Marrero can take a bigger lead because of that, because as soon as Martin steps back, there is 0 chance that he can throw to third.
Well, you would have hated baseball back in the 60s and 70s because they threw from the windup all the time. That's how Rod Carew stole home 7 times in 1 year.
Well, that's the risk, right? I mean,
yeah.
Stealing home is one thing, but then also, and we're not seeing it from Marrero, but a huge secondary lead, you can take one. So any ball in the dirt, you can be very aggressive on scoring out what may not be a wild pitch that you would usually score on, or a ball in the dirt.
I guess what it tells you is with most pitchers today throwing from the stretch with a man on third, when they don't, they just must feel much more comfortable from the windup than they do from the stretch.
I was younger, high school, and even early in my career, I was that guy. But after going to the bullpen, I realized you got to fall in love with the stretch because you're making your biggest pitches. Yeah. Ground ball to Elvis Andrus. He backhands. Long throw to Gallo, and Dustin Pedroia
put him in the All-Star game.
So Martin Perez pitches around a leadoff walk, and we'll go to the bottom of the fourth with the Red Sox leading 2-1. Red Sox still leading those Rangers by a score of 2-1. And Fox Sports Southwest and the Texas Rangers want you to celebrate summer with Summer Ticket Days. Get seats in the Cholula all-you-can-eat porch for just $34. Log on to TexasRangers.com/specials and use coupon code FSSW Summer. Nomar Mazara steps in, takes a first pitch breaking ball from Rick Porcello, who suddenly has gotten very comfortable and settled in after somewhat of a rocky first inning. It has now been 7 straight retired by Rick Porcello. And the 0-2 now, and the fastball swung on and fouled. And you mentioned Porcello, that first inning, 25 pitches. He has settled down very nicely, just 29 since over 2+ innings. So don't worry about that pitch count getting up, and the Rangers were doing an excellent job of doing that. Porcello's bounced back very nicely to try to maintain, keep that pitch count down. Here's the 0-2 again, and fastball just in off the plate. Like the slider, and there it is, and it was hung. It was a ground ball hit to the left side, and with the shift on right there.
That would have been a beautiful hit.
Nomar Mazara was thinking maybe a ground ball base hit. We saw the 3 sign go down. This looked like a hanging slider, but you see the shift that is on right now, and Nomar just getting on top of that ball. Well foul, but even if that ball was 10 feet fair, it would have been a base hit. See Porcello, it's a great shot of him pitching to the extreme first base side, which is not surprising when you get pitchers that use a lot of two-seam fastballs. There's a breaking ball, is lined down the right field line, foul. But you get a pitcher who uses a lot of the two-seam fastballs. It makes all the sense in the world to pitch from the first base side. Creates kind of that funky angle, especially to right-handed hitters. That ball will come bearing in, but it also gives hitters, I think, Tom, you know this better than I would, but an advantage on the breaking ball, right? If you're sitting there as a right-handed hitter facing a right-handed pitcher and he's all the way over, and he flips your breaking ball, I got to believe it's a little bit easier to see.
I had a hard time hitting it no matter which side of the rubber the guy was on. That wasn't my concern. My concern was I hope I could take it, and I hope it was a ball.
Well, there's a take from Nomar Mazara. Count even now, 2-2. And you wonder a little bit. You look at the splits for Rick Porcello, and batting average has been an issue. We dug into that a little bit. 294 against lefties this year, 329 against righties. So there is no distinct advantage, at least not this year, against right-handed hitters.
Toby Harrah was an all-star player in the Ranger Hall of Fame. He used to say all the time, I never swung at a curveball unless I had to. In other words, early in the count, I never swung at a curveball. Toby said that until he had 2 strikes and he had to swing at it. And he could lay off pitches. He walked a lot. He was selective, and he could kill a fastball. And he was probably a lot better hitting a curveball than he was letting on. But the point was, he loved to hit a fastball and didn't swing at a curve unless he had to.
This one is lined to dead center field, but Jackie Bradley Jr. comes over and makes the play. And you know this about Jackie Bradley Jr. He is a great center fielder. Nomar Mazara, a nice at bat, 9 pitches when it was all said and done, and he laced this ball to dead center field. Good swing and a good overall at bat. And you watch this coming off the left-handed bat as it turns back, Tom.
Yeah,
Jackie Bradley.
It was actually sliced a little bit. Bradley was playing him over in left center field, and I think off the bat he probably thought he might have to reach out to his left to catch it. Instead, he turned around and was right to him.
A good play.
Hard hit ball.
It certainly was. Good play by Jackie Bradley Jr. for the first out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. That's going to bring Adrian Beltre up to the plate. Adrian takes first pitch strike. There's a slow roller hit to Lynn. The shortstop catches it on the run. Plenty of time with Beltre running, and now that is 9 straight retired for Rick Porcello.
Well, we obviously don't know a whole lot about Zhu Wei Lin, but from what you can see in 4 innings of this game, he got called up from Double-A because they needed someone to help out at shortstop. And in the several plays that he's had, he looks like a pretty slick fielder. And I think that's what they're looking from him. Play defense. Don't worry about your offense.
I admire your courage for going full name. Be a little tricky at times. I'm Lynn the rest of the night.
Okay.
Just throw it out there.
I took the T off when I wrote it down, so I could only say Zoo.
Now Rugnador steps in and takes a first pitch breaking ball, and that has been an issue for Porcello tonight. One thing he seems to be having some struggles with is the release on that curveball. There's been ones that have been up in the zone. That's another one there. It's been a decent pitch for him. It's the only pitch in his repertoire which he is not allowed a home run on. He throws another one there to Odor.
And speaking of home runs, let's check Rugi out in Chicago. Off-speed pitch, puts his head down. When he puts his head down, he knows it's gone, and so does the pitcher. Ooh. And then a high fastball. Didn't put his head down. He wanted to watch. Wanted to watch that one.
Well, that one he wasn't as sure about as he hits a pop-up left side. That one's going to go into the stands.
Yeah, if you hit one and put your head down and it doesn't go out, that's a bad feeling, because not only didn't it go out, you're not exactly sure what happened if you didn't watch it.
I guess it looks worse if it goes off the wall.
Yeah, and you get a single instead of a triple.
I was telling Dave this last week. My little guy has now been imitating the Rougned Odor home run follow through. Head down as soon as he knows he got it. Here's the 1-2 from Porcello, and this one is swung on and hits a deep right center field. Bradley Jr. is going to look at it. It's gone. Home run, Rougned Odor. Number 15 on the season on the 1-2 pitch from Porcello.
Well, that's one where you can put your head down because you know it's gone, but then you have to sneak a look just to see how far it's going to go. Watch that one to the back of the bullpen.
Well, this solo home run ties the game here as you see the pitch that is up over the plate. And there it is, Tom. Head down.
Head down. Let's see if he brings his head back up to watch it land. I know it's gone. Drop the bat, take a little hop, and sneak a peek at it.
We mentioned some of the issues for Rick Porcello and the long ball this year. That is number 18 that he has given up. His 10th that he has given up to a left-handed hitter. See Mike Napoli stepping in, trying to join the party.
I didn't see the velocity of that pitch. Was that a slider, hanging slider?
I believe that it was.
It looked like it.
84 miles an hour on that pitch.
Well, he got one right down the middle of the plate without much on it.
Count even now to Mike Napoli, 1-1. Napoli grounded a short back in the second inning in his first at-bat. 16 home runs, 35 RBIs on the year for Napoli. And there's a hard shot hit right to Lynn. Fields it cleanly, throws to first, and the inning is over. But not before Rougned Odor gets himself a hanging slider as he deposits it into deep right center field. This game is tied at 2. 2-2 after the Rugnet-Odor home run, and Rangers and Dr. Pepper are teaming up to save you money. Bring a Dr. Pepper can to the box office or use the online coupon code Dr. Pepper to get tickets starting at just $13. Make sure you visit TexasRangers.com/specials. Martin Perez delivers a first pitch fastball for a strike to Chris Young at 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was just talking about Toby Herron, what a tremendous player he was. Bill Ziegler was our trainer back then. He just texted me and said he was watching a show on MLB the other day, and they picked the best player at each position for the 70s, and they picked Toby as the shortstop. Nice. That tells you what kind of player Toby was.
This one is lined into left field for a base hit. Chris Young and the Red Sox a leadoff single.
It's another base hit that wasn't hit all that hard.
Designated hitter Hanley Ramirez.
Pitch that got in on the fists of Chris Young. He just kind of muscled it into left field for a soft single. Martin gave up a leadoff walk last inning. If he can get out of this inning after a leadoff soft single.
I'll bring in Hanley Ramirez now to face Martin Perez. You see 1-for-2 single in the first inning, and that 1-for-2 has brought up Hanley Ramirez's numbers against Martin Perez. Now 3-for-10 in his career. Does have a extra base hit, a double. Martin has struck him out once in those 10 at-bats. The 0-1 changeup off the plate. Now 1-1 to Hanley Ramirez. Hanley has turned into a little bit of a different guy. Tom, you were talking about, you were saying, Elvis Andrus, and you can't just say first half equals second half, and he's going to go, 20 home runs and 40 stolen bases. But we were doing a little research. We were talking about it over the weekend, and that would be some pretty exclusive company for shortstop. There have only been 4 that have done it as Hanley lifts this ball down the right field line. But here's another, and Hanley Ramirez is one of those 4. But check this out as well. Hanley Ramirez has had a very nice career. 250 home runs and 250 steals. There are only 2 active players that have done that. Carlos Beltran is one. Hanley Ramirez is the other. Just 13 players in Major League history have done that. I think people forget a little bit. No, check that. 23 players in Big League history have done it. People probably forget that Hanley Ramirez could steal some bases back in the day. Back-to-back years at 51.
He was an athlete
when he was with the Marlins. And that's why he was in that group of 20 home runs and 40 stolen bases as a shortstop.
Let's say Elvis doesn't have the same second half that he did in the first. Let's say he does half as well with power numbers. He still can hit 17 or 18 home runs and knock in 75 or 80 runs, which goes well beyond what he's ever done before. And to say I don't think it's a stretch at all to say he's going to hit 300 in the second half, because he hit 300 last year for the season. He's hitting 300 in the first half. So I think when you look at what Elvis has done, his career path, he's become a 300 hitter. That's who he is right now. That's 900 at bats.
What would really be nice and really helpful, a couple more trips to Cleveland. You get him there very easily. He just, over the course of his career, now of course when you're playing in the American League West, you only visit Progressive Field in Cleveland once a year, but he has crushed it there. He crushed it on the trip as well. There's a pitch that just misses down. Count full now for Hanley Ramirez against Martin Perez. The Rangers tied this game up in the bottom of the 4th inning on Rugnet-Odor's 15th home run of the season.
We've been talking about Elvis a lot, trying to pump up support for him to make the All-Star team. And sometimes you do that for your players and you're not quite as confident that they're better than the guys they're competing against. And I'm not saying Elvis is a better player than the guys he's competing against, but when you look at the season he's having right now, he deserves to be on the All-Star team. He's knocked in 50 runs. Only one shortstop in baseball has knocked in more than 50 runs, and that's the starter in the American League, Carlos Correa.
You're absolutely right. There's the curveball grip from Martin.
I love that. Watch it spin like that.
Did a nice job of getting Hanley Ramirez way out front. Good execution on the 3-2 breaking pitch.
Okay, how many times does the ball make a complete revolution on the average big league curveball?
Do you know the answer? Don't
No.
tell me. Oh, okay.
No.
'Cause I wasn't sure. I love to guess.
When someone asked me that before,
Ooh.
I guessed way higher than it really is.
Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I don't know. It's hard. Obviously,
It's
we're gonna have to really slow it down. I would say like a dozen.
Yeah, I think it's right around somewhere between 9 and 12.
You know, of course, you can find out, and again, all the data age and everything that we're doing now.
Find out and send it to us.
Well, they'll do revolutions per minute, right? So from there, then what you have to do is what? See how long it took to get to the plate, and then start dividing from there, and that's where I check out.
I think you just slow it down even more and count it yourself. That's how I do it.
We'll get Steve on that. That sounds like something he might want to do tonight. More math, please. Jackie Bradley Jr. in now, count even 1-1.
Somewhere there's a math person watching this game that's got a piece of paper out trying to figure it out.
There's a ground ball to Rougned Odor. He goes to second for 1 to first. Not in time. Jackie Bradley Jr. does an excellent job of getting down the line. Tom, that would have been a very difficult double play to turn. As good as the Rangers have been this year, and they've been turning double plays at an unbelievable rate, this is a tough one.
Yeah, probably a little bit too big of a hop, a little bit too tricky to catch, pivot, and throw to get a runner like Jackie Bradley. I think they did probably as well as they possibly could do. I guess the other thing that comes to play and how many times it spins is you hear spin rate. Some guys' curveballs must spin more than others going the same distance, right?
Without a doubt. We talk about it with Yu Darvish and his slider all the time, and he has the highest spin rate on his slider than anybody else in Major League Baseball among starters, right? You know, obviously, where we
so even though it might be going the same speed, it still spins more times than someone else's.
No doubt, and I think that's where we start to see the break. You know, we watch it. You and I, our whole lives just watched it and said, yeah, that's nasty, that's tight break, that's really good. And so they can quantify it a little bit, and then we did that, I don't know, maybe probably 4 or 5 starts ago for you, where we looked at the spin rate and then looked at the batting average against, and it all kind of correlated. The top 5 guys with the highest spin rate, as you see, Yu Darvish elected to his 4th All-Star game yesterday.
It's funny how different pitchers can make balls spin. I remember Jackie Brown, who pitched for the Rangers for a long time, was my roommate for a long time, and playing catch with him before a ball game, and he could spin his curveball from, you know, like 20 or 30 feet away and throw it slow and still make it curve. He could make that thing spin so fast.
Sometimes they have the long fingers, the strong hands, the strong forms, and it's not always the biggest, strongest guy either, right? It's just your ability to be quick and spin a baseball. Some guys are blessed with it. Some guys work at it, get in the rice bucket, do some arm exercises, as we see Sam Travis taking a 2-0 strike.
Well, you hear old timers use that phrase all the time. He could really spin one. That's what they're talking about. They had no idea what spin rate was. But when you go down on the field and play catch or watch it up close, you may not be able to explain it, but you can see it.
Well, I think especially on the breaking ball. I mean, at least that one, when you see the break, is a little bit easier. 2-1 taken down low now, 3-1. The difference, something I never really knew or thought much about. You know, you've seen the guys that were throwing like upper 80s on their fastball and getting it by guys. Well, now we can actually look at that spin rate and say, well, here's why. Those guys actually spin the ball more. I don't think we really knew that beforehand. We just kind of joked around and called it an invisible fastball.
What you would say about guys is their ball doesn't look like it drops as much as someone else's. It stays, you know it doesn't rise or stay straight, but it just doesn't sink as much.
3-1 breaking ball called a strike, but on the move is Jackie Bradley Jr. and Jonathan Lucroy cuts him down. And Bradley Jr. is standing at second, refuses to leave. John Farrell is asking everybody to hold the phone here for a second. They want to take a look. But this would be pretty incredible. They could do this on a breaking ball. There's Odor with the catch, and there is the tag, and there will be no replay. Jackie Bradley Jr. is out, and when we get back, the Iron Throne is here. We will show it to you. Oh, there it is. When we get back here, Ranger Baseball. Appreciate it, John. And Carlos Gomez goes swinging at a first pitch breaking ball, lifts a shallow fly ball to center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. was able to get there in time. He had a little bit of a weird read. I don't know if we did see that ball. I thought it was going to drop in, but he's got the great closing speed, makes up for it. And there is one out here in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Jonathan Lucroy, who we just saw make a great throw way out Jackie Bradley Jr. at second base. And for Jonathan, that is now the 13th runner he has thrown out this year. You see the numbers offensively for him, but he's done a very nice job behind the plate, throwing the ball well. Came in with 32% of base stealers gunned down this year. Takes a pitch. That ball was called the ball. 2-1. Now watch Jonathan here. Breaking ball, certainly the toughest pitch. Slow pitch to be able to throw out a really good runner. He made an excellent throw. Nice catch by Odor. Great tag. The throw was right on the money. Cooper takes a little slider there, maybe 3 miles an hour. Count even now, 2-2. Now Lucroy has not seen Rick Porcello very much in his career, understandably so, of course, with Jonathan spending most of his time in Milwaukee before he got over here to Texas last year. So it was just 3 at-bats coming into this game. He was 0 for 3. No strikeouts, no walks, and he was 0 for 1 in his first at-bat. So just 0 for 4 now in his 4 at-bats against Porcello. So the pitch count 76 for Porcello through 4 1/3. And here's the 2-2 to Lucroy. Lines it well into the seats of right field. And that is the approach from Jonathan Lucroy. Maybe one of the best on this Rangers team. When he gets to 2 strikes, we talked about one of the most difficult guys to strike out in baseball. But even his approach to take the ball to right field. You mentioned Pedroia earlier, Tom, as we see top hitters in baseball putting the ball in play with 2 strikes. Jonathan Lucroy 51% of the time. That is 5th best in Major League Baseball, but also trying to shoot the ball the other way is a big part of it for him. It's not just, you mentioned Pedroia, maybe a little bit bigger swings and just good, pitch recognition, good hand-eye coordination. But for Jonathan, it is a pretty obvious approach where he's trying to hit the ball the other way with 2 strikes.
Yeah, and I'm all for a hitter that changes something with 2 strikes to concentrate on making contact. I'm all for that.
There's a full count pitch, and there's a ground ball hit right at Lynn. Easy play for him as he goes over to first, and there are 2 outs, and now the much anticipated Emily Jones sitting somewhere very special.
Well, guys, I must say I am feeling pretty comfortable in this throne, the actual throne from Game of Thrones. And we've been talking about it for so long, but it is finally here on Wednesday night, Game of Thrones night here at Globe Life Park in Arlington. 10,000 tickets, special tickets available at texasrangers.com/Game of Thrones. We'll get you a special ticket and that really, really cool House Bannister bobblehead.
Well, that is awesome. Tom, I don't know about you. I've not seen an episode of Game of Thrones.
Ooh, I'm a big fan.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm guessing
just like Cersei sitting on that thing.
I don't know what that means. But
when I first heard about, well, I've already talked about this here, so I don't want to go into it too much. But I said to myself, there's no way I'm watching a show from that era that has dragons in it. No possible way. But as soon as I watched it, I was hooked.
I have a feeling.
Give it a chance.
I would probably take the same approach as you and end up in that same spot.
Got to give it a shot.
Sitting next to Dave Raymond on the plane, he has gotten locked in. I look over once in a while. I can't hear anything, but I see him watching it. You know what it is? I don't watch much TV. I just don't find myself.
Yeah, you don't have a whole lot of time. The only time that I can watch it really during the season is on a plane. That's where I've watched almost all my shows.
Joey Gallo lines one to right field. You're right.
But it sure makes the trips go by quicker. Those 4-hour plane flights. Watch 4 or 5 episodes of whatever you happen to be watching. Makes them go by quickly.
All the great technology that we have. As watching a little Narcos on Netflix. Have you seen that?
Tremendous. Yeah.
You got to work a little harder because I don't know any Spanish, so I got to read the subtitles.
I do too. Yeah, that's a tremendous show. I watched The Wire, Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad.
I haven't seen any of that.
Friday Night Lights. I've watched all those over the last 5 years on the plane.
And Joey Gallo draws a walk here in his second at bat in the 5th inning. And for Joey, believing that probably should have been his second walk, he was not happy with the call.
The other thing, CJ, I have to say every time we're talking TV, I'm not recommending any of these shows for anybody because some of them are violent, some of them have inappropriate scenes. So don't watch them and say, I can't believe that you recommend it, except for Friday Night Lights. That one's entirely different. That's for everybody.
That's an all-age show.
Yep.
You and I are of age.
Yeah, that's for everybody. But some of those, you have to have the right whatever to watch them.
Chu goes hacking at a first pitch line down the right field line.
There's no holes out there between center field and right field.
Mookie Betts hauls it in. Chu hit it hard, but nothing to show for it. And we're going to go to the 6th. Here on Arlington. And it's at a 2-2 game right now. Texas fans, Fox Sports Southwest, want you to show your school spirit at a Texas Rangers game. Get discounted tickets for the Saturday, July 8th game versus the Angels and a free Rangers cap in Longhorn, burnt orange, and white colors while supplies last. Go to TexasRangers.com/UT for details. Martin Perez back out for his 6th inning of work, and it's first pitch swinging for Sam Travis, and he hits a ground ball down the left field line. He'll round first. He'll get to second easily, and it seems like Mazzara was having a little bit of an issue digging that ball out, but Travis unable to advance, and it'll be a leadoff double for Sam Travis.
Yeah, the inning the Red Sox scored 2. Sam Travis led that inning off with a single. A pretty good pitch to hit. Travis hasn't shown a great deal of power in the minor leagues for a first baseman. It's a high draft choice, but he's having a pretty good game so far tonight. 2nd round draft choice back in 2014 at the University of Indiana.
And a nice recovery there from Nomar Mazzara as he went full speed to get that ball into the wall. Took a little bit of a strange chop, but he recovered well, got it back in. So Martin Perez now is going to have some work to do. He's still in the midst of the 3rd time around this Boston Red Sox order, and Sandy Leon goes hacking at a first pitch, down 0-1.
Leon came in tonight with a 5-game hitting streak. 0 for 2 so far. You see that there. 9 for 20. 6 runs, 3 extra base hits during that 5-game streak. And takes a fastball up and in. 6th time for him in his career where he has had a hit in at least 5 straight games. That is a career high for him. Pitch number 91 on the way here from Martin Perez. Changeup misses down low. Mentioned Leon, one of the many good Red Sox hitters when it comes to runners in scoring position. That runner on second base right now in scoring position for Leon. .323 batting average in these situations. See Martin being a little bit more deliberate. Makes total sense as that pitch count gets up and get a little bit later in the game. There's a delivery, and this one is tap foul. Well, with 92 pitches in the books, Tony Barnett is going to get up now in that Ranger bullpen. We have not seen Tony yet since he was activated off the DL. It has been a while since we have seen him pitch. He had a couple of rehab outings, said he felt really good. Certainly good to see him back and healthy. There's a 2-2 ground ball up the middle, fielded by Martin Perez, and now they got Travis in a rundown, and Adrian Beltre puts the tag on Travis, and a very nice play by Martin Perez. The first time he has been tested with that thumb. Of course, he was dealing with the issue that he had with his right thumb, and that's going to go down as a fielder's choice. But check out Martin Perez right here, reaching. Catches this ball cleanly, immediately looking at the runner Travis, who got caught in between, to Elvis Andrus. Adrian Beltre with the tag perfectly executed by the Rangers.
Yeah, fortunately that ball was hit to the glove side, and Martin helped himself out by making the play. Looked like that ball might have been headed to center field. Well, he definitely helped himself and got the guy in scoring position. Sets up a double play right here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job by Martin, and you mentioned it, now in a good spot here to try to maybe get out of this inning a little bit quicker, as Martin is working hard here now through the 6th inning. 93 pitches so far. And Devin Marrero, who has been on base in both of his at-bats. He had a base hit, scored a run back in the 2nd inning, and he walked in the 4th. First pitch is a breaking ball, and it is lifted high into right field, but Shu's got plenty of room. He's going to catch it, haul it in, and 2 outs now for Martin Perez here in the 6th inning.
Well, we talked about the 2nd inning earlier, and you made the point, CJ, that in spite of the pitch count in that inning and the base runners, it could have been a lot worse. He did cut the damage and only gave up the 2 runs. So at this point, coming off a game where the Red Sox scored 15 runs, the last 7 days they've averaged 7 runs a game. They've won 6 out of 7 games. Martin can get out of the 6th inning without giving up a run. 6 innings, 2 runs to this team. Pretty good outing.
Now, you'd be absolutely thrilled with that. And he's got a good opportunity here going up against the rookie Lynn, who he struck out back in the 2nd inning. And he delivered that sacrifice bunt in the 4th. And this one is going to get away from Jonathan Lucroy. Also got away from Martin Perez. A fastball up and in. We'll see how this one is ruled. Now, we always get that kind of, well, if it's not in the dirt, it's not a wild pitch, but this is one that Jonathan Lucroy certainly was not expecting. That was ruled a wild pitch. So now all of a sudden Sandy Leon is in scoring position with 2 outs against Martin Perez and the rookie Lynn. You mentioned it last time too, and I like the approach as well, Tom. Lefty on lefty, finishing off Lynn with the 2-seam fastball in off the plate. Now, do you like the idea of saving that till a 2-strike count, or do you think you can just pound him in?
I don't have a problem until he shows me something different. A young kid out of Double-A. If I can pound it in there and make it tail in on his fist, I'm going to show it to him and let him know it's coming.
1-1, and there is
Just
that
like
fastball in. Ground ball, nice play. Oh, by Odor. He had backhanded. It looked like cleanly, but then struggled on the exchange. And that is going to be an error on Rougned Odor. And Lynn, with the soft tapper, is able to keep this inning going.
That's too bad. He get the last out at 96 pitches, but he did exactly what we just talked about. He ran that sinker in on his fist at 92 miles an hour. Jammed him, got the little dinky grounder, and Rugi in the transfer just loses the ball. And so this is one of those times where I'm sure Doug Brocail will go out and say, okay, made a great pitch there, come back and make one right here.
You got to be careful right in these situations. You're thinking about Martin Perez thinks that he made that pitch to finish the inning. There could be a little bit of an exhale and you start to come down. Then you realize, you know what, okay, it's fine, it's going to happen. Error, no big deal, and you're going to pick up your teammate here, but this is a tough spot, first and third, against a very tough hitter in Mookie Betts.
Yeah, and I think what you say heading into the 6th inning is, I've got 4 batters to get out of this inning because I don't want them to turn the lineup over and have to face Betts and Pedroia. And so you make the pitch. Looked like the inning was over, but now you have to take a deep breath. The inning's not over. It's still 2-2, and you have to figure out a way how to get Mookie Betts right here. A way to get Mookie Betts right here.
Betts grounded out the third in the first inning, walked in the second. He hit that high fly ball to right field. Seemed a little bit frustrated on his part. The Boston Red Sox so far tonight 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and Betts takes a first pitch fastball at 95 miles an hour, called strike 1. Good block by Jonathan Lucroy with Leon at third. Lynn is at first. He reached on the error by Odor. Tom, you were talking about Mookie Betts and how young he is. 25 years old. He has, let's take a look at this block on the slider. Good job by Jonathan Lucroy to get down, keep that ball right in front of him. But he's got 9 career multi-home run games. He's only 24 years old. The only other Red Sox hitter with as many games with multiple home runs before turning 25 years old was Jim Rice.
Wow.
Fastball up and in.
And
Rice did it 12 times.
Since 1913, there's only been 12 hitters who have driven in 8 runs in a game twice. He's done that at this young age.
Pretty incredible. Wonder if he'd be able to turn that trick one more time. Not here in Arlington, but do it another time somewhere else. And we'll talk about it as if it were a good thing. Here's the 2-1, and that changeup is now down in the dirt. And so Mookie Betts is sitting in a really good spot here in a 3-1 count. Martin Perez grinding, and it's 101 pitches, but it's also 101 pitches on a hot night. He had that 22-minute inning. That was a while ago, back in the 2nd inning, but it's been a little bit of a battle here. He settled in nicely after that, but Martin Perez working hard right now. And how about you, Tom? But I don't want to give in here. I'm still trying to make a very competitive pitch. If you walk him, you start over with Dustin Pedroia.
He's got the same inning that he had in the 2nd inning, basically 2 men on, 2 outs with Betts up. He walked him last inning. Pedroia got the soft single to drive in a couple of runs. So he's in pretty much the same situation, behind in the count with Pedroia coming up.
3-1. There's a fastball called a ball, and you see it on our Fox tracks. It looked like it was going to be a strike, but it is ball 4, and without hesitation, Jeff Bannister will come out of the dugout, and that's going to be it for Martin Perez. 5 2/3 innings, 2 runs allowed. He is responsible for the 3 runners that are on base. And when we get back, we'll talk about Tony Barnett coming in from that Ranger bullpen. By Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer now during the Ford Summer Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Here we are back in the 6th inning now, top of the 6th inning, 2-2, but Martin Perez's night is over, and Tony Barnett will now come in. His night will begin, and he gets the bases loaded with 2 outs.
Tony had a little bit of a stint on the disabled list, a little bit of a rehab stint, trying to regain that form that he had so consistently last year. So welcome back to the big leagues, Tony. Glad you're here. And you've got a tough situation right here. Dustin Pedroia with the bases loaded.
Welcome back indeed, as this will be a little bit of a tough jam. Now, Tony was on the DL. He went on the DL June 15th, was dealing with a sprained right ring finger. I mentioned that he had a couple of rehab outings with Round Rock. The last one was on Thursday, through 3 innings with 3 strikeouts and a walk, no runs, no hits on the rehab assignment. This one is down in the dirt. Jonathan Lucroy does a good job of keeping it in front of him. Now, we know with Tony you're going to see heavy cutter usage. That was that pitch right there, 88 miles an hour. The fastball will sit around 93 with a curveball and occasional split, but it is all about the cutter for Tony Barnett. A couple of base hits have brought that average over 300 now for Dustin Pedroia. 3rd at bat for the Red Sox with the bases loaded. There's a fastball taken for a strike. 1 for 2 so far in those situations. Bases loaded after the leadoff double, fielder's choice. Fly out, but then an error and a walk got us to this point. Martin Perez's evening ended. Now Tony Barnett is in there. Well, good job so far here by Tony Barnett to get ahead of Dustin Pedroia. We had talked about it. He is one of the more difficult hitters in the game, Tom, to strike out. And so for Tony Barnett, thinking about maybe going for the strikeout, not necessarily with him, right? You think about how do you get weak contact from him in this spot.
Execute your pitch, make a good pitch, and count on him not hitting it on the barrel of the bat.
1-2, and it's foul back, and a good pitch error by Tony as he goes in with the fastball. So we have seen the cutter, we've seen the fastball in, fastball away. I think after going back to that at bat that he had against Martin Perez in the 2nd inning, 2 strike at bat, and he got a breaking ball, and it was a pretty decent one. We saw him stay on it really well. The idea of maybe going breaking ball out of the zone, even that cutter, or leaving that fastball up and in, may be the right approach here against Pedroia. And there is that cutter down. This one gets away from Jonathan Lucroy. And Sandy Leon is going to score. A cutter in the dirt, skips away. And that is going to be a wild pitch on Tony Barnett. And just like that, the Boston Red Sox take a 3-2 lead.
Well, each team has scored on a wild pitch. You see the spin on the ball. Just barely got past Jonathan, who's excellent at blocking balls in the dirt. Did everything right. I guess his elbow was slightly away from his chest, and somehow the ball found that little area.
Even in slow motion, you see how quick he got down. Did everything he possibly could to try to block that pitch. And here's a fastball, and it is lined into center field. That's going to be a base hit for Pedroia. 1 run will score, 2 will score. Mookie Betts and Lynn, and now 2 more RBIs for Dustin Pedroia, and the Boston Red Sox lead 5-2.
Well, that's taking advantage of your opportunity. It looked like the inning was over on a little dribbler by Lynn. The error kept the inning alive, and unfortunately, after the error, Betts and Pedroia are the 2 guys that you have to face. Pitch carefully to Betts, which is understandable, and both times after the walk to load the bases, Pedroia has come through with a 2 RBI hit.
certainly for Tony Barnett. Still some work to do as you get to the middle of the order now. Chris Young hitting third for the Red Sox. Swings at a first pitch cutter. Down on the count. 0-1. Well, that's going to do it for Martin Perez. That'll close the book on his night. 5 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, just 2 are earned. He had 4 walks and 3 strikeouts. And there's a good cutter below the zone from Tony Barnett. He is quickly ahead of Chris Young, 0-2. There's another cutter in the dirt. Good job by Jonathan Lucroy to get in front of that, keeping Dustin Pedroia at first. Tony Barnett had come in and he had taken on 21 inherited runners. 11 of those have scored, so that number will now go to 14 of 24 inherited runners that have scored against Tony. One-two, and Young could not hold up his swing, and he'll go down on strikes. But the Red Sox add 3 here in the 6th inning and take a 5-2 lead over the Rangers. And it is the Sonic Slam inning. Time for the Sonic Slam inning, which is brought to you by Sonic Drive-In. Today's jackpot is worth $200 plus dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Today the Rangers are hitting for Larry Merrifield of Athens, Texas. If the Texas Ranger hits a home run during this inning, he will win $200. And if the Texas Ranger hits a grand slam in this 6th inning, he will win $25,000. So let's get greedy, because the grand slam would be ideal here with the Rangers down by 3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. You see it there, hashtag elect Elvis. And why? Because he's got an opportunity to go to the All-Star game, but he is going to need your help. And it's going to be all about that fan vote. Make sure you go to texasrangers.com/vote and get the much deserving Elvis Andrus in that All-Star game. See what Elvis has done so far here tonight. 1 for 2. He had a double back in the 1st inning. Also scored a run, flew out to center back in the 3rd. And he takes a first pitch from Porcello on the corner for strike 1. There's a good-looking breaking ball from Porcello. We haven't seen a ton of that one tonight. There have been struggles, but all of a sudden Porcello may be finding it here late. Oh, 2 elevated fastball, and Elvis chases it, and it is a 3-pitch strikeout for Rick Porcello, just his 3rd of the evening.
Yeah, Rangers only have a couple of hits. Elvis has one of them. It was a double, and he scored. And there haven't been many at-bats like that for Elvis this year. First half of the season has been great. Came into the game 14th in the league with a .302 average.
Nomar Mazara steps in, takes a first pitch fastball down the middle from Rick Porcello. Porcello overall 65% strikes tonight. And that's been pretty much right where he has been this season. He's been excellent, 68% on the year. See him go to that breaking ball again. Porcello, of those 3 strikeouts, 2 of them come on the four-seam fastball. We saw that one elevated against Elvis Andrus, and it's not a pitch that he has used very often, but when he's needed a strikeout, he's gone to the four-seam. Changeup misses up and away. Now Nomar Mazara ahead in the count 2-1. Back-to-back changeup. That one really gets away from Porcello, and now the count 3-1 to Nomar Mazara. This one foul back, and she has a chance. Barely. Out down the third baseline as Devin Marrero was chasing it. Kind of tricky around that corner. Nevertheless, it is a foul ball. Nomar Mazara now in a 3-2 count. You see 94 pitches for Rick Porcello. That's the good news. The bad news is that this is a really good Boston Red Sox bullpen. They came in tonight 2.83 ERA down in that bullpen. That is the second best in Major League Baseball. Some big arms, despite the fact that they've had a lot of injuries as well. Very good relievers on the DL, as you see. Kimball, Joe Kelly. And this is a fly ball hit into left field. Young is chasing, and he makes the catch. And what looked like what might have been a routine fly ball off the bat. Chris Young was playing shallow in left field and almost toward the line, so he had a long way to go, but he made a very nice play.
Chris Young was younger. He was a center fielder. Their defensive placement had him shaded over toward the line and shallow, so he had a scamper after that one.
Like a wide receiver going after a pass, the way that he caught that ball. As he
keep from overrunning that, he got there so quickly.
Good route, hauls it in. So that's 2 outs for Rick Porcello, and Adrian Beltre now steps in here, bottom of the 6th inning. Beltre 0 for 1. He walked back in the 1st inning, and he grounded out to Lynn at short. Back in the 4th inning. No action yet, as we showed that bullpen down in Boston. But I have to imagine for Rick Porcello, he'll be getting pretty close. He is on a string right now of 8 straight starts with at least 100 pitches. And this is with the fastball. Now 3-0 on Adrian Beltre. Adrian taking all the way. 7th 3-ball count here for Rick Porcello. So he's thrown his pitches. The Rangers have made him work. They just have not been able to cash in as much on the runs. 2 scored so far. There's a walk. 2-out walk for Adrian Beltre. His 2nd of the game. And 3rd here for the Rangers against Porcello. Well, let's take a look at our AT&T matchup for tomorrow. These Boston Red Sox will be back, and it'll be David Price and Yu Darvish. And that certainly should be a good one. We talked about Darvish, of course, going to his 4th All-Star game. David Price still kind of struggling and has not really found his groove since he's been a member of the Boston Red Sox. You see Darvish sitting there next to Tony Barnett, my trainer Kevin Harmon. The other thing with Darvish, I'm sure we'll talk about this a bunch tomorrow, but he is also lined up to pitch on Sunday leading into the All-Star break. So that could make his situation maybe up in the air whether or not he'll actually pitch in the All-Star game. The way that works, of course, is that you have to agree to it, see what the pitch count is like on Sunday, and A lot of times in those spots, it's okay. Well, as long as you're able to pitch at least 20 innings, or excuse me, not 20 innings, 20 pitches. If you can at least do that, then you'll be able to participate in the game. So we'll see how that goes on Sunday. Still 2 starts away. Visit now for Rick Porcello. Now there's the bullpen of the Boston Red Sox getting up. You see Hembree there, the righty. As Carl Willis finishes up his meeting with Rick Porcello and Rougned Odor, and nobody loved to make up for what happened last inning. The 2-out error ultimately led to 3 runs. Rougned Odor has already hit a home run tonight. A nice time for number 2. And the 2-0, and Rugi swings and hits a high fly ball down the left field line. Young chasing in the corner. He makes the catch on the track, and the inning is over. So just a 1-out walk to Beltre. Other than that, no damage done in that first inning.
In Arlington, and the Rangers with some work to do as they trail the Red Sox in the opener of this 3-game series by a score of 5-2. It's time for our State Farm winning combination, and who else but Elvis Andrus, who has put up quite a first half to this season. Good enough for All-Star consideration, good enough to be in the final vote, and the winning combination for Elvis, putting together that solid season, then having your teammates support you with these cool Elect Elvis t-shirts. Of course, that's the hashtag you can use on Twitter. Go to texasrangers.com/vote to vote for Elvis. You can vote up to 35 times. He is absolutely deserving. Ask anybody in that clubhouse and they will tell you the same. And they're all wearing these awesome t-shirts to support their teammates, guys.
Well, that is fantastic. Thanks, Emily. And you're right. He absolutely deserves to be in the All-Star game. The shortstop position in the American League is pretty deep, but Elvis has had a fantastic season. You think about, too, Tom, when Adrian Beltre was out and how important Elvis Andrus really was during that time and what he's providing offensively. That bat of Adrian was certainly missed. The kind of bats that balance out this Texas Rangers lineup, and Elvis just did an excellent job. I'll say he was filling in for Adrian because he wasn't, but he kind of took his place in the sense of where is that all-around bat with his power hitting lineup, and he has just had a fantastic first half of the season. And we certainly would love to see the fans get out there, vote for Elvis Andrus, get him in that All-Star game for the 3rd time in his career. Tony Barnett has gotten ahead of Hanley Ramirez here quickly. 0-2. Barnett came on to relieve Martin Perez, who went 5 2/3 as you look at the fastball down below the zone. And just a wonderful crowd here in Arlington. If you were not here, you are missing it. 45,448. Beautiful night in Arlington. Starting to cool off a little bit. Fireworks after the game tonight and tomorrow. And again on Friday. All the fireworks that you can handle here in Arlington this week. Two from Barnett, and it swung on and grounded right at that All-Star Elvis Andrus. We hope goes over to Joey Gallo for the first out of the inning.
Well, on that list, there are 5 players for that final spot. 3 of them are shortstops, and all 3 are having excellent seasons. Bogaerts from the Red Sox, Didi Gregorius from the Yankees are both having excellent years. But I think when you look at them, even if you're a little bit slightly in favor of Elvis because you're a Ranger fan, it's hard to deny that his stats don't add up or exceed the other 2 guys. He's a veteran guy. He's very steady defensively, equal to the other guys defensively, and his offensive numbers are equal to or better than the other 2 guys. So it's not like we're touting someone because he's a Ranger. We're touting Elvis because this half of the season is an all-star half of the season who deserves to be there.
You're absolutely right. I mean, there's times where you go to bat for guys because they're your guy, they're on your team, and you kind of do it because you feel like you want to do it. But this is a situation where Elvis Andrus absolutely deserves it. It has been a monster first half. He has been maybe a first half MVP for the Rangers. You can certainly make the case for that and how important he has been. So
I like what Adrian Beltre said about the All-Star game. When he's voting for the All-Star team, he favors the players, no matter what team they're on, who are having the best year. He can't vote for one of his teammates if it's noticeable that someone on another team is having a better season. And I agree with him. You should be rewarded for the half season that you've had. Should have nothing to do with your career, nothing to do with what city you play in, nothing to do how many games your team has won. Good high fastball, can't keep from swinging. Jackie Bradley. It's whoever's having the best half, and it's great to have your own team get on there, but I think the fans have done an unbelievable job this year. When the voting wound down, they've pretty much got it right. There's not many guys you can look to and say that that guy doesn't deserve to be an all-star. There's some that are arguable, that are pretty close, but Jason Hayward was in first place for a long time, but he finally got nosed out at the end. They got that one right.
Well, that would have been a travesty, not to take anything away from Jason Hayward. He's just not having
he's not an all-star.
An all-star year, not at all. So you're right. They got it right when it was all said and done.
You may say that Corey Seager is having a better season than Zach Cozart, but maybe he is, maybe isn't. Zach Cozart's having a great year. He deserves to be an all-star.
See Kenley Jansen calling out the Dodger fans today.
That's a little rough.
We don't have any starters. It's your fault.
But I just look at the guys that are there and really can't find fault with the fans. There have been years where I remember the year where 5 or 6 Kansas City Royals were on the starting team because however the ballot box got stuffed, their guys came out on top. And that's not right. So the way it's evolved with the fans picking the right guys, I think is great.
No, absolutely. So a nice 1-2-3 inning for Tony Barnett. And when we get back, Mike Napoli will be leading it off for the Rangers. The Red Sox are leading the Rangers by a score of 5-2, and there is a new first baseman that is checked in for those Red Sox, and certainly Ranger fans familiar with Mitch Moreland, who was taken over for Sam Travis here in the 7th inning on defense.
Yep, when you've got a Gold Glover sitting on the bench, it's just a matter of time before he gets into the game. Get a lead late in the game, put your best guy in there. No knock on Sam Travis, but Mitch was the best in the league last year.
Mike Napoli in now against Porcello in the all-Italian matchup. This is probably getting great ratings in Italy right now. What do you think? Porcello and Napoli. I don't think this game is on in Italy, but if it were,
if they were like 1 and 2 in a downhill ski race, maybe.
Porcello had a Napoli 0-2. Mike lays off the fastball up and away. You see that pitch count now, 106 for Porcello. A nice job of settling in after long first inning and early high pitch count. Talked about what he has done in the stretch that he has had 8 straight with 100 or more pitches. 15 of his 17 starts he has thrown at least 100. 118 has been the season high. Napoli lifts a high fly ball down right field. That's foul. Hey, make sure you come to the ballpark this Saturday as the Rangers take on the Angels at 8 o'clock, because we're going retro for Turn Back the Clock night. The first 15,000 fans 14 and older are going to get a Mike Napoli powder blue replica jersey. That's courtesy of Fox Sports Southwest and Southwest Airlines. Tickets available at texasrangers.com. And Napoli with a short fly ball to second base. Dustin Pedroia is there. And it was 1 out here in the 7th inning for the Rangers. I mentioned that pitch count for Rick Porcello, 109 so far this evening, and he threw 118 against the New York Yankees back in the end of April. 106, and so even though a hot night and a longer inning, remember, this is the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and so for John Farrell, he's allowed to stay there. Gomez lifts a high fly ball to center field. It is gone! Dead center field for Carlos Gomez. Home run number 11.
It was kind of a rough road trip for Carlos, but he appears to love it here at this ballpark. 0 for 2 his first 2 at-bats, but he lined that one. And you watch the Red Sox outfield, Young, Bradley, and Betts, you almost have to hit it over the fence to get it out there where they can't catch it. That's just what Carlos did. Line drive, 10 feet over the fence in dead center field.
We had talked a lot about Carlos Gomez on the road versus home, and how about him slugging .657 here at home? That is 8th best in the big leagues. That number just went up, and that is going to be it for Rick Porcello. Carlos Gomez knocking Porcello out with his 11th home run of the season. We'll be back. Red Sox lead at 5-3. Let's take a look at our four-game summary here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dustin Pedroia has had a very nice evening. It's 3 singles, but 4 RBIs. 2 of those coming in 2 separate at-bats. He's done a nice job. And Carlos Gomez just hit his 11th home run of the season now.
Well, let's check it out. Looks like a high fastball, belt high and out over the plate. Porcello's hoping as he watches it. Carlos is pretty sure he got it. All he had to do was watch Jackie Bradley turn his back as he got to the warning track. No, that one was going to carry pretty well. Dead center field, about 420, 415.
Pretty good guess. 424, not bad. You've been here. You've done a few games here before.
Yeah. Well, it's probably about 405 dead center, and then went about 5 or 10 more feet. Well, 2 more home runs against Porcello. Pitched a nice game, but 19 home runs he's given up on the year.
And 2 more solo home runs for the Texas Rangers, which they have hit a lot of those this season. Well, that ended Rick Porcello's night, and that begins now Matt Barnes' evening. Barnes will come in with a clean inning. You saw the numbers there. Good fastball from Barnes, averaging 95 miles an hour. You see a slider, curveball, and changeup as well. There's the first pitch. Fastball at 95 miles an hour to Jonathan Lucroy. Better than 11 strikeouts per 9 innings for Matt Barnes. One of the big arms that they have down here in that Boston Red Sox bullpen. I mentioned it earlier. 2nd best ERA in Major League Baseball coming out of the pen. 2.83. Entering tonight, and they got even better over these last 7 game stops.
Yeah, we talked about that in the pregame show, or maybe in the open, how well they've played since they were 21 and 21, and kind of winning 1, losing 1, 4 games out of first place and 4th place.
Hard ground ball to 3rd base, but Marrero is there, and Jonathan Lucroy is retired. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 7th.
They've gone 36 and 24 since then, won 6 out of their last 7. Their pitching's been great, and their offense has averaged 7 runs a game, so they're starting to put it together.
By the way, Carlos Gomez home run was the 125th for the Rangers this season. I mentioned that they had come into the game tied for 5th in baseball with 123 home runs. With Joey Gallo now in there. This will be Gallo's 3rd plate appearance. He struck out back in the 3rd inning, took a walk in the 5th. See 193. There's that heavy shift against Joey Gallo, which we have seen so much of this year. That's going to contribute to the batting average, as it has with so many dead pull power hitters, as Gallo lifts a foul ball down the left field line. Now take a look at this. We keep track of this stuff, and this is courtesy of Inside Edge. But facing the shift, as far as the percentage of your at bats, Joey Gallo the 5th highest. So 65% of the time that he is hitting, he's getting a shift against him. But so is, with defensive substitution so far here tonight, Mitch Moreland of the Boston Red Sox. I'll be honest, it almost feels like it's 100% of the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, so 30 or 40% of the time he's not facing a shift.
That's what Inside Edge says from their data.
I guess to be a shift, it has to be dramatic and not just shading that way. Because I can't imagine there's 30 or 40% of the time they're playing them straight up.
Yeah, certain places break it up differently. It's almost impossible to get consistent data with things like that, with pitch usage or certain things that, especially if they're judged by the eye and how you're looking at it. But according to Inside Edge, 65% of the time for Joey Gallo. Two from Barnes, and there's another elevated fastball, and he's looking at the Fox track, so you see 3 fastballs that have been thrown up and away. So for Barnes, thinking he's got a chance to get Joey Gallo to chase out of the zone, but Joey's done a really nice job. As you see Shin-Soo Choo on deck, 0 for 3 so far tonight. Fastball at 96 miles an hour right by Joey Gallo, and so Matt Barnes does his job, faces 2 hitters, retires them both, and that's going to send us to the 8th inning. But it was Carlos Gomez with a big bomb, 424 feet to dead center field, number 11 for him on the season. The Red Sox 5, the Rangers 3, and Rangers fans, make sure you come out for an autograph session with Robinson Chirinos. That'll be on Wednesday, July 5th at 10:30 a.m. 125 Sycamore School Road in Fort Worth. And while you're there, make sure you sign up to be a Whataburger What a fan, and you could win tickets to a Rangers game and a Whataburger for a year. Visit TexasRangers.com/appearances for more information. And with that, we will have the debut of Jason Grilli, just recently acquired from the Toronto Blue Jays, here tonight in the 8th.
Yeah, career numbers for Jason, pretty solid numbers. He's pitched for a long time. Second stint with the Rangers. He was here once before.
Grilli has played for 9 major league teams. You mentioned, of course, that he has been here with the Rangers once before. This is the first time in his career where he has doubled back with an organization. Mentioned he was with the Blue Jays. He was designated for assignment back on June 27th, and so the Rangers were able to work out a deal with the Toronto Blue Jays, and they bring in some veteran presence, and I think maybe some much needed veteran presence in the bullpen. There are some great arms down in the Ranger bullpen, but we talked about this over the weekend in Chicago. Some young arms, and some, not necessarily by age, but more about experience, and there is something to be said, I believe, in having a veteran down there in your bullpen, and Jason Grilli is absolutely a veteran. 40 years old. Pitch to Sandy Leon that is grounded foul. Not only 40 years old, but 10 years of service time for him that he had coming into this season. 15 different seasons in which he spent time at the big league level. We showed the career numbers. He's been a closer in the past, so I think all good things, and a good guy, very well received, good teammate. So the idea of bringing in a veteran arm, not just to hang out there and talk to the guys, but also a guy with still some pretty good stuff. Fastball's been 94 miles an hour this year. Good opportunity for here for him to contribute. Lazy fly ball from Leon, lifted to Nomar Mazara for our first out. Hey, let's throw it down to Emily Jones, who's got a little bit more on Jason Grilli.
Yeah, and because he's been around for so long, he does have a lot of experiences to share, and he's comfortable in that role where, you know, guys can feel free to talk to him. He's big on communication. He said, "I'm Italian, I like to talk." And so hopefully those conversations will come out in the bullpen. He can impart some wisdom on guys. But like you said, CJ, he does want to contribute. He feels like he's got something left. And because he has pretty much thrown in every situation out of that bullpen, he feels like he offers a versatility that maybe someone else might not be able to give this team out of the pen.
Now, this is fantastic. And somehow it's turned into Italian Heritage Night here in Arlington, as we talk about Porcello and Napoli, and now Jason Grilli, but I mean, it definitely matters, and not just because you're old doesn't mean you're a good veteran necessarily in that guy, but it certainly sounds like Jason Grilli is open to that. And I'll tell you what, Tom, like sitting on the bench, sitting in the bullpen, the conversations on the plane, in the clubhouse, whatever it may be, those conversations that you have with veteran players are so valuable. They help shape you as a big leaguer, and you get to fast forward your experience by somebody who has been there and done that a bunch, sharing their experiences with you.
No doubt about it.
See, Grilli now has jumped ahead of Devin Marrero, 1-2. Ball looks good coming out of his hand so far here tonight.
Jason's dad, Steve, was a pitcher in the big leagues. Remember facing him, as a matter of fact. So he had some good coaching growing up.
Well, you've been through it. I've been through it, trying to coach your own kids after playing in the big leagues. It can be, it's an advantage for them, and it can be sometimes
the key is to get your message,
frustrating
get your message to your child through someone else.
You need an interpreter, right?
No, you just have a message and you tell someone else to give it to him.
And there's a breaking ball, and Marrero is able to hold up. But you mentioned Steve Grilli pitching in the big leagues. He pitched with the Detroit Tigers, the Toronto Blue Jays, 70 games for him, 68 of those out of the bullpen, as you see Marrero there holding up on the check swing on the breaking ball. And the other thing too with Jason, which I like in watching him over the years, there's some intensity to him as well. He's an emotional guy, and I think in a positive way. Certainly something teammates can feed off of. I think it's always good to see, right, when you see your son surpass you at the big league level as far as his accomplishments. I'm not sure anybody has done it in a bigger way. Recently, we've seen from Cody Bellinger, and there's a fastball called strike 3, painted at 92 miles an hour on the outside corner. And now let's throw it to John Radigan for a Chevy game break.
Shortstop, Suwei Lin.
Appreciated, John. And 2 quick outs here for Jason Grilli, with the Red Sox leading 5-3, top of the 8th inning. That's going to bring up Lynn, and he has been a bigger factor in this game than maybe anticipated before this game has started. He struck out in the 2nd and got that sac bunt in the 4th, but it was the ball that he put in play that ultimately went down as an error ground ball to Ruben Odor. That slow dribbler kept the inning going. So allowed Dustin Pedroia to get up 2 batters later. Hit his 2nd 2 RBI single of the night. And then he's also done a very nice job defensively. We've seen him field a number of ground balls, and he's been pretty flawless at short so far this evening. The breaking ball and a 1-1 pitch called strike, and the breaking ball looks good as well here from Jason Grilli, and so far a very impressive debut for the righty. Swung on and missed, and it's back-to-back strikes from Jason Grilli, and there is that emotion that I had talked about. He is excited to be here and excited to register 2 punch-outs in his first inning back at Arlington. is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. Well, welcome back here. As you see, Jason Grilling just finishing up his first inning of work with the Texas Rangers, and he registered a couple of strikeouts in that outing. A 1-2-3 clean 8th inning. Showing a little bit of emotion as well at the end. And so Jason Grilling excited to be here, and he delivers in his first outing. And now Robbie Scott will take over, the lefty for the Texas Rangers. You see the he plays for the Boston Red Sox. You see the 33 games pitched for him this year in the nice season he has had.
Yeah, 33 games, 19 innings, which would tell you he generally comes in to face only a left-hand hitter. Might be a little bit different for him today. We'll see. But I guess that is the definition of a situational lefty.
It's Chu, Andrews, and Mazzara. So I got to believe probably the first three, as you see the side armor there. He has dominated left-handed hitters. 0.94 batting average against righties, having much more success at .278.
Yeah, with 19 innings and 33 appearances, he's probably not facing too many righties. I can see why he's tough on a lefty.
Tough angle to come from. It doesn't necessarily have to light up the radar gun. We see, of course, something similar from Alex Claudio and what he brings coming out of the bullpen with the Texas Rangers. But Scott, fastball sits right around 88 miles an hour. You saw it there, so it's not blowing anybody away. It is all about the deception and the angle against lefties. Chu squares to bunt and pops it up in the stands behind home plate. This is why you talk about staggering your lineup the way the Rangers have tonight. True, Andrews, Mazzara, then you go back to Beltre, the righty, Odor, the lefty. Because when you get the lefty on lefty guys that really are, not that they're only good against lefties, but you really only want them in the game when it's close against lefties. This is why you want to break up your lefties. Don't give him that opportunity to go on a run where he's facing multiple lefties in a row. But if he can retire Chu, I got to believe that John Farrell will leave him in there against Andrews. .5-3 here, bottom of the 8th inning. The Rangers have 2 solo home runs, one from Rugden Odor, one from Carlos Gomez. Elvis Andrews scored in the first on a wild pitch after a 1-out double. And there's the 2-2, and Chu does a nice job of fouling off that 88-mile-an-hour fastball. See Joe Kelly now warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. Kelly's had a very nice year. He's starting to get settled in now as a reliever. There's a lot of back and forth for him over the course of his career. Starter, reliever, started out with the St. Louis Cardinals, but he has really settled in well, especially this year with the Red Sox. Two, and Chu hits a ground ball, and that's going to be fair just inside the third base bag. And Chu around first will go to second, and he will have an easy leadoff double. And a nice at-bat from Shin-Soo Chu, 6-pitch at-bat, and fights off a very tough pitch from Robbie Scott.
Yeah, Shin-Soo in this at-bat is just trying to make some contact. You could see him obviously trying to go the other way as he inside-outs that ball. And against a tough lefty, not a bad idea with only one man on the left side of the infield. You don't have to hit it very hard to find a hole.
Sure don't, right?
Start to the 8th inning for the Rangers.
Low launch angle, low velocity, exit velocity, doesn't matter. That is a double, and Joe Kelly will be summoned from the Red Sox pen. It is rally time. The Red Sox are leading the Rangers by a score of 5-3, but it was a leadoff double by Chu. And now Elvis Andrus comes to the plate, and we have told you about this. We will continue to tell you about this. It is time to hashtag elect Elvis. Go to TexasRangers.com/vote and let's get Elvis Andrus in the All-Star game in Miami. He has talked about wanting to spend the All-Star break in Miami, so let's get him there like he so deserves as he comes up here in a big spot against a new pitcher out of the Red Sox bullpen, Joe Kelly.
Yeah, Joe Kelly's having a nice year. Got an excellent ERA. I think the thing that stands out, in 33 2/3 innings, he has not given up a home run. He keeps the ball in the ballpark.
And certainly no better time than right now. Joe Kelly's average fastball this year, 98.5 miles an hour. He is one of the hardest throwers in the game, and Elvis Andrus is going to get a good look at that fastball in this at-bat. High breaking pitch called a strike. That's a pitch that we have seen a lot of tonight not get called a strike, but home plate umpire Chad Whitson says yes, that one was in there, and so Elvis is down to count 0-1. And there's that fastball at 98, and it is lifted to right field, but not quite deep enough. And you see Mookie Betts catch it, throw it in, and Chu will tag and go to third. So that's the first out here in the 8th inning for the Rangers. Nomar Mazara will now get his shot at Joe Kelly.
Yep, solid contact for Elvis. If you don't get a base hit, at least have a good out. And he hit it far enough to get the runner over to third base. Nomar makes some contact, got the infield back up the middle. The Rangers a chance to get one run closer.
Joe Kelly, by the way, is in the midst of a now 20 2/3 scoreless streak. That is the best of his career. You look at the lefty-righty numbers. He's been very good against the righties. 159, 250 batting average against lefties.
Poor, nice play by Leone. That was almost the third run on a wild pitch today. Talk about shifting your feet, getting in front of it, and picking it clean. Watch him catch this curveball.
And the other thing there too, right, Thomas? You never know which way that ball is going to break, right? I mean, you're talking about the curveball down in the dirt. It could kick back. It could kick a little bit left. So
generally, if it's spinning like a curveball, it's coming back the other way. But I guess how much it's coming back or how high it's going to bounce is something that's pretty tough to gauge.
And you watch that curveball come in, and even that one right there, Nomar Mazara is now up in the count 2-0. It's tight spin. You can see it. It's really good break. We talk about this a lot for the high velocity pitchers who have that kind of spin on their breaking ball and then elevate the fastball on top of it. They can be very, very tough, and that's how Joe Kelly has put together a very strong season out of the Red Sox pen. That 2-0 pitch was 100 miles an hour. You should see Nomar Mazara fouling it off. Joe Kelly digging in against Nomar Mazara. 2-run game here in Arlington. Chu is at third after the leadoff double. Off the lefty Scott, a very strong at bat. Elvis Andrus moved him to third on the fly ball to right field. And this one is drilled into left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Chu will trot home, and it is an RBI single for Nomar Mazara, who continues to have great at-bats, and he does it against a great right-handed reliever. Well, Nomar continues to use the whole field.
The guy's throwing 100 miles an hour. He does you a favor by hanging a curveball up there. And Nomar got one up out over the plate. There's a good look at the ball spinning out of his hand, but staying up and away, and a nice job of going the other way with it.
It's a great at-bat. 3 breaking balls that he got to see from Joe Kelly. One fastball was at 100 miles an hour. As you see Chu coming home for the 4th run of the game, and now the Rangers within 1, and that's Delino DeShields who will come in as the pinch runner, and this is where things could get very interesting. Of course, we know Delino having the great year running the bases. Sandy Leon is a throw over to first base, and Delino gets back, and he's looking over and thinking that might have been some kind of balk move. But Leon has done an excellent job. 10 for 27 as far as potential base stealers go. 37% he has thrown out this year. And overall, both of the catchers here, between Christian Vasquez and Sandy Leon, have done an excellent job of limiting opposing base stealers. Their 19 catcher caught stealings are 4th best in baseball. And another throw over, very close. As Delino gets back. I mentioned the year that he is having. He's run the bases extremely well this year. 18 stolen bases. He's been caught just 4 times. So 18 for 22 for the Shields. Another throw over to first. And Delino is called safe. And you see the look on his face as John Farrell is going to ask them to take, or ask them at least hold up while he wants to take another look at this. But Delino, he's giving that look time like he feels like Joe Kelly might be balking. And I think you could even see it right there. You see his right knee? That was really close. Looks like he got in there.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick move and a pretty good throw too. But it looked like Delino got his hand underneath that bag.
And there he goes again. Delino is back, and so it's 4 straight throws over to first base. Now that one wasn't as good as the other one. This is 2 pitches ago. Watch the right knee of Joe Kelly. That is 100% a balk, and that is why Delino DeShields is getting up and looking at the umpire, and you have to be quick. We could see that in slow motion. It is very difficult to pick that up in full speed, but you flinch your right knee and then you throw over. We call that the balk move from right-handed pitchers, and that is exactly what Joe Kelly is doing. Ari Dickey is really good at that. There's certain pitches where you just flinch it, right? You tell me, Tom, as a base runner and you're digging in on a right-handed pitcher, what part of his body are you focusing?
Yeah, you know, I was never a base runner who was a base stealer, but you hear base stealers talk about that all the time. And Charlie Huff back years ago had a terrific balk move, as they called it. Base runners were constantly asking the umpire to be a little bit more cognizant of that move, but he timed it so well and did it so quickly, it's almost impossible to see it in real time. Pretty easy when you see the instant replay of it. But
100-mile-an-hour fastball misses off the plate. Well, you're right. I'm surprised. This is a surprise. But a lot of times when a guy does that, you see that reaction from Delino. Sometimes as a manager, you like to go out there, put it in an umpire's head. So listen, this guy's working that balk move. I want you to pay attention. This ball's in the dirt, but it stays at Leon's feet. Here's the throw. Delino DeShields is safe at second base, and that is a heads-up play by Delino and also by Adrian Beltre. And that's a wild pitch as that ball was in the dirt. But you heard Adrian, Tom, telling Delino to go, go, go as soon as this ball hit the dirt.
yeah, and Leon is lucky that he didn't throw this ball into center field. He makes a valiant try, but with DeShields' speed, he didn't have much of a shot at second base. Pedroia came up and made sure the ball didn't hop by him.
How about Adrian? I mean, giving that sign. You know, a lot of guys will look for the ball and then decide, but he knew right away that Leon was not going to catch that ball clean. So credit Adrian Beltre as well for giving Delino DeShields a heads up and when to go. And now this will be the 5th at bat for the Rangers with a runner in scoring position. They are 1 for 4 so far. A slow tapper hit to first. Marrero catches it cleanly. Excuse me, the third over to first. And that'll be the second out of the inning.
Now batting second baseman, Odor.
With 2 outs and Delino DeShields leading off second base. Rougned Odor will now step in. An opportunity again for some redemption for Ruby. He has homered already tonight. That was back in the 4th inning, a solo shot, his 15th of the year. Even a base hit would do the trick right now against Joe Kelly. pitch, 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Joe Kelly. Big hack from Rougned Odor. We talked about Porcello. Look at Joe Kelly, that extreme first base side for him. That's a little bit different for a guy. Listen, he throws hard. You probably stand on any side of the rubber that you want to. That's a little bit of a strange look for a guy who doesn't live off the sinker. After missing with that fastball, Sandy Leon wants to go out and talk to Joe Kelly. Now, I don't think this is sign related. It could be. We also know Rougned Odor is a dangerous hitter. He gets a hold of a baseball and he could put it in those right field seats as good as anybody. Mike Napoli on deck, another good fastball hitter. So Joe Kelly's got some work to do with Delano DeShields leading off second base in scoring position as the potential tying run. .101 on that fastball. Let's go back to the fourth inning. Rougned Odor crushing an off-speed pitch off of Rick Porcello. See Odor, what he's done over his last 4 games, swinging a good bat, 3 home runs for him in just 13 at bats. Of course, that includes tonight. .102, so we have seen 99, 100, 101, and now 102 from Kelly. You see that little pause in there too as he lifts up his leg. Like I said, it's got to be hard enough as it is to hit 102 miles an hour. You even have a little bit of a herky-jerky motion, that little bit of pause. It's got to make it even, I got to believe, a little bit harder on a hitter. And the breaking ball is swung on and missed, and that is going to do it for the Rangers here in the bottom of the 8th. But they pick up one more, get one more closer, thanks to Nomar Mazara. It's a 5-4 game here in Arlington. By a score of 5-4, and fans, you know the can't miss event of the summer hits South Beach when baseball's biggest stars take the field. for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. That'll be July 11th, and it will only be on Fox. And make sure, of course, that you send that guy right there, Elvis Andrews, would like to be there on July 11th, and that will be up to you. Hashtag elect Elvis, TexasRangers.com/vote. The Rangers go to the bullpen again. Well, first let's check out left field. Delano DeShields will stay in the game. He'll play left field, but there is our new pitcher, Matt Bush. See what he's done so far in the pitch arsenal this year.
Yep, an opportunity for Matt to pitch in a situation that's not a high pressure save situation.
First pitch breaking ball for a strike, and there is Delano DeShields in left field. He came on as a pinch runner for Nomar Mazara, went to second base on the wild pitch, did not advance further, but he'll stay in for defense. Mookie Betts 0 for 2, does have a couple of walks tonight, and he scored a run back in the 6th inning. .98 miles an hour from Matt Bush, who threw a couple days ago in Chicago. It wasn't yesterday, was it? That was in my mind. Where am I? It was 2 days ago, right? No, it was yesterday in Chicago. Threw an inning, 18 pitches. Threw the ball well. Came in the 7th inning. Did a nice job as his role changing here a little bit with the Texas Rangers. Trying to take some of that pressure off. Time he talked about some lower pressure situations. There is nothing wrong at all with Matt Bush's stuff. The fastball is good. The breaking ball is good. As you see one line, and a great play by Adrian Beltre. Backhand, perfect throw. And Mookie Betts is retired, and Adrian Beltre does it again at 38 years old.
And that's a double most of the time for Mookie Betts. He just hit it to the wrong third baseman. Tricky hop, long throw. Betts pretty much knows what's going to happen as soon as he sees Adrian catch that ball.
See Joey Gallo there with the stretch. He's done a very nice job at first base. We've talked about it a little bit, but footwork, the stretches, everything else that has happened, seems like it's been a pretty seamless transition for Joey Gallo.
Yeah, Joey's a good athlete. He's not just a big guy that's playing third base. He looks well when he plays left field or right field, if he ever played out in right field, which certainly has worked in his favor for getting playing time. A lot of big guys that are home run hitters aren't the same kind of athlete that Joey is, and his versatility has helped him continue to stay in the lineup on an everyday basis.
No, Dustin Pedroia now stepping in against Matt Bush as he fouled that first one off, and count even now 1-1. 92-mile-an-hour cutter from Matt Bush. See the 3 for 4, 3 singles, 4 RBIs tonight for Dustin Pedroia. We talked about the low power numbers from him. We've seen him hit home runs before, career high 21 for him. So just 2 so far here in the first half of the season as he pops up a fastball here. And Joey Gallo will chase it and watch it go into the stands.
The AT&T high-speed replay. Dustin Pedroia has been the man today in the scoring innings for the Red Sox. There's been 2 of them. Mookie Betts has walked with 2 outs to load the bases, and Pedroia has singled to left and singled to right center field and driven in 4 runs. When you get the bases loaded with 2 outs, that's the part of the lineup you don't want to see. Betts and Pedroia, 2 guys that are tough to pitch to. 300 hitters. They don't strike out. They put the ball in play. They can hit fastballs, breaking balls. Doesn't matter. Those are a couple of guys you just don't want to see up in those situations.
You're absolutely right, Tom. And that pitch right there, I think, is a perfect example of how he fouled off that high fastball from Matt Bush. So many guys are swinging through that pitch on a 2-strike count, but Dustin Pedroia fights it off.
That's an example of him taking a huge swing at a 98-mile-an-hour pitch out of the strike zone and still making contact.
Here's the 1-2 and the slider.
You swing at the high fastball and then take that pitch. So many guys would Swing at the high. Well, they wouldn't have gotten to see that pitch because they would have missed the high fastball if they swung at it.
I don't know if you caught that either there from Jonathan Lucroy, as he was kind of reaching out before that pitch and telling Matt Bush, get out there, finish it a little bit. I've seen him, we've watched him very closely, work very hard with Matt Bush, trying to get him back to where he was earlier in the season. There's a little bit of a ground ball hit to Elvis Andrus. Easy play over the first, and Pedroia is retired for the second out. Well, the good news is that the Rangers were able to get a run and get close. The bad news is Rick Kimbrell is warming up and will be entering this game. And I say that because he has had an unbelievably dominant season, really ever since he's been a member of the Boston Red Sox. So the Rangers will have to deal with him next inning. You saw the guys that will be coming up. Napoli, Gomez, Lucroy, and now a pinch hitter here for the Boston Red Sox in Andrew Benintendi. First pitch breaking ball from Matt Bush is taken down. Benintendi, the regular left fielder, also another member of Italian Heritage Night here at the ballpark. Keep running them out there. He's had a good season. This guy certainly does appear to be on that path to stardom. He's done very well here for the Boston Red Sox as he takes a second breaking pitch out of the zone. Count now 2-0. If it wasn't for Aaron Judge, I got to believe this is the guy that you'd be hearing about the most when it came to the 2017 American League Rookie of the Year. Judge is having a monster season, but Benintendi, 10 home runs of his own, 42 RBIs, done a nice job getting on base. A 351 clip. Good fastball from Matt Bush at 98 miles an hour, down and away in that 3-0 count. And the 3-1 from Bush, and it's fouled back. Benintendi, not only a pretty good hitter, but a very good defensive left fielder as well. I'm sure we're going to probably see him in the starting lineup tomorrow. He's got 6 assists right now. He's the second most among Major League left fielders. Full count, top of the 9th inning with the Red Sox leading by 1. Matt Bush trying to work on a 1-2-3 inning. He's already retired Betts and Pedroia. And the 3-2 is lifted to left field, but Delino DeShields is there. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it in the top of the 9th. But it is that man right there, Mike Napoli, leading things off at the bottom of the 9th.
4th of July with some fireworks in the 9th inning. Texas trailing by a run as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. John Radigan here getting ready for Rangers Live, presented by Frontier Communications. After the game, all kinds of post-game reaction no matter what happens here in the 9th inning. Mark McLemore is here to break it all down with me, and a big move by the Dallas Stars today. We'll have that and more as Rangers Live comes your way immediately following the game, guys.
Well, appreciate it, John, and we just talked about how things might get a little bit more difficult here for the Rangers. Craig Kimbrell is on. You see his first 8 major league seasons, 279 saves. That is the most all time. You say, well, hey, where's Mariano Rivera? Don't forget, of course, Mariano started out his career as a setup man. Took a couple years before he settled into that closer role. And as impressive as that is, well, it gets even a little bit more impressive when you look at the season numbers now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty spectacular season for Craig Kimbrell. Obviously, he's tough to hit. Opponents are only hitting 100 against him. The biggest difference between Kimbrell this year and last year is his walk total. Last year, he had a good season, but he walked 5 batters per 9 innings.
Well, here's a high fly ball, hit the deep left field, and it is gone! Mike Napoli, 1 pitch into the 9th inning, delivers a home run and a blown save for Craig Kimbrell. First pitch home run for Mike Napoli and his 17th of the season.
That's just a case of going up there, looking for a fastball, anticipating a strike, and being able to get out in front of one. He kind of ambushed him on that fastball. It's only the 2nd home run that Kimbrell's given up all season in 35 2/3 innings.
Well, you see the excitement from Mike Napoli and having some fun with assistant hitting coach Justin Mayshore. That was the right man in the right spot as Adrian Beltre hits a dribbler to third. Herrera throws it away and it goes to the right field line. And a nice play by Pedroia, and now the tag, and Beltre is out. I'm sorry, Gomez, excuse me, Carlos Gomez.
Well, Gomez got to first, and then when he saw the ball go by the first baseman, for a fleeting moment, he thought he might be able to get to second base. And once you turn and go towards second, you can't just have the right to go back to first base. You've got to get back safely. So the ball goes by, he takes that step, now he's got to get back. And with the second baseman backing it up and flipping the ball to Mitch Moreland, Carlos is not able to get back to first base.
That was an excellent job. I mean, look at this play by Dustin Pedroia. Are you kidding me? I mean, does a great job of getting over there, backing up, and then diving and making a great play. And so 2 pitches into this 9th inning. An incredible amount of excitement. So much so that I forgot that Carlos Gomez was hitting. And so first the Mike Napoli home run on the first pitch, and you see some big smiles there from Mike. Then the check swing. Now Jonathan Lucroy is in. Let's go back to the home run here first by Mike Napoli.
Yeah, he's just looking for a fastball. Kimbrell wanted to throw that away, down and away. It comes back out over the plate, and Knapp done that before. He just got out in front of one and caught a good pitch to hit, and I'm sure shocked the Red Sox based on what they've seen from Kimbrell this year. Kimbrell, if you look at his overall numbers, had given up 12 hits in 35 innings and only 1 home run. Talking about him last year, he walked 5 guys per 9 innings last year. This year he's walked a little over 1 batter per 9 innings, so he's just been dominant this year.
And Jonathan Lucroy takes a big hack at a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Now, obviously a great thing, and Mike Napoli jumped on the first pitch, but he ruined the opportunity to dig in a little bit. He has actually been very good with the long ball on high velocity. We don't have a chance to get to this, but this is now the 3rd home run that he has hit on a fastball 97 miles an hour or harder this year, this season. So it's very difficult to sneak that big fastball past Mike Napoli. As you see Jonathan Lucroy foul the ball down the right field line. And I said, we don't see Mike Napoli go ear to ear with some big smiles too often. He pretty much plays it straight most of the time, but he was really excited about that home run, and understandably so. That was a big one in a big spot against a great pitcher having a great year in Craig Kimbrell. 2-2 from Kimbrel to Lucroy, and it's fouled off, and the count remains 2-2. I mentioned those home runs. Mike Napoli hit a home run off of Dan Altavilla of the Seattle Mariners on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. That was back on May 6th. And he hit the home run off of Lance McCullers. That pitch was 97 miles an hour. That one was back on May 1st. See, Kimbrel now in this at bat against Jonathan Lucroy has overthrown 2 breaking pitches. One was in the dirt, and that one you see there on the 2-2 count. There's a slider swung on and missed, and Jonathan Lucroy goes down on strikes, and Kimbrel, after a couple of bad breaking balls, comes back on a 3-2 count, throws a very good one in the corner to Lucroy. That's going to bring up Joey Gallo now against Craig Kimbrel. Gallo 0 for 2 on the night. Couple of strikeouts. He had a walk back in the 5th inning. Oh, that breaking ball caught him on the back foot, and Joey Gallo is going to go down to first base on the hit by pitch. With 2 outs, that's going to bring up Chu, which is certainly a good matchup here for the Rangers. We know Chu can give you that tough at bat and good against high velocity, but take a look at the replay here on the hit by pitch. Oh. Breaking pitch to choose, taken inside for ball 1. I mentioned high velocities. Chu 8 for 20 this year on fastballs 96 miles an hour and harder from right-handed pitchers, and not surprising at all. You think about the short swing, quick to contact as he looks at a breaking ball there. He also hit a home run off of Dan Altavilla, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. On June 17th. He crushed that one too. 440 feet. And there's a fastball, and it's fisted to right field, but it is going to be caught by Mookie Betts, and the inning is over. But the Rangers do the damage, and it is Mike Napoli on a first pitch from Craig Kimbrel, crushed to left field. And that's going to tie this game, and we are going to extra innings in Arlington. The 10th inning, extra innings, as the big Mike Napoli home run tied this game off with Craig Kimbrell. Let's take another look at it, Tom.
Yeah, before we could even get into how great Craig Kimbrell has been this season, he throws the first pitch fastball, and Mike Napoli was ready for it and launched it down the left field line to tie the ball game. That has not happened to Kimbrell very often this year. He only given up 1 home run in 35 2/3 innings. Ruby's pretty happy. Obviously, Nap is pretty happy.
A nice moment for Mike Napoli, and that'll bring now Jose Leclerc on here in the 10th inning, and he'll get Hanley Ramirez. You see the numbers there for Jose, and he's done a really nice job here for the Rangers. He pitched in that game yesterday in Chicago. Got that home run to Sanchez, and that ended up being the difference maker in that game. 21 pitches he threw in that game, but he'll get Ramirez, Bradley, and Mitch Moreland here in the 10th.
Yeah, and when you look at the numbers, there's obvious potential to be a successful late inning guy. 38 strikeouts in 24 innings, and opponents are only hitting 151 against him.
And here's the 0-1, and this one is up. Jonathan Lucroy pointing to his eyes as if to say he couldn't see that pitch. By the way, this is the 8th game for the Boston Red Sox in extra innings. They are 6-1. And this is the 6th time the Rangers have seen extra frames. They are 3-3 so far this year. And this fastball is lifted high to the right side. Ruben Odor coming on, waving for it, and he pulls it in, and it's one quick out for Jose Leclerc.
Center fielder Jackie Bradley Jr.
So with 1 out, that'll bring up Jackie Bradley Jr. So far, JBJ 0 for 4. Got a couple of ground outs to short. Fielder's choice to second, and he struck out in the 7th inning. First pitch fastball misses up and away. 94 miles an hour from Leclerc. We know, of course, the go-to for him is that changeup. It's been such a great pitch for him this year. Now, more often than not, when you see that against the lefties, you'll see more of the traditional changeup where it fades down or down and away. There's another fastball, kind of even at 1-1. Now, it's been such a good pitch to righties where he's cut that pitch, almost looks like a slider. 2 different kinds of changeup, same exact grip for Jose Leclerc. One breaking ball misses. Check out there in the Boston bullpen. Hembry's up again. We saw him up back in the 7th inning or so, 6th or 7th inning, when Porcello was running into a little bit of trouble. The life of a reliever up in the 6th, up in the 10th. Who knows when you'll pitch? Well, we do know. Bottom of the 10th, probably. And there's the changeup. Jackie Bradley Jr. way out in front. Count even now 2-2. See Lucroy calling for the changeup away here on the 2-2 to Bradley. And there it is, and it's strike 3, swung on and missed, and Jose Leclerc has come on and retired the first 2 batters that he has faced. 2nd strikeout of the night for Jackie Bradley Jr.
Yeah, Jackie Bradley's been a hot hitter over the last month and a half, but not tonight. 0 for 5 tonight.
That's the true changeup. You see the 3-finger grip from Jose Leclerc going straight down, swinging right over the top of that baseball.
Bradley coming into the game had been 11 for 22.
Mitch Moreland now steps in, and he'll look at a first pitch changeup for a ball. Now the splits on Jose Leclerc, pretty interesting. He has dominated right-handed hitters. 0.96 batting average against. He's been very good against those lefties. 235, but just crushing righties. As you see the numbers there for Mitch Moreland on the season. He had that big series when we were in Boston earlier this year where he went 6 for 9 with 4 RBIs. And Leclerc falls behind 2-0. 8 strikeouts, 4 walks for Rangers pitchers tonight. 6 strikeouts, 3 walks for those Red Sox pitchers. So the Rangers have done a good job. We know that strikeouts can be a problem at times, have been an issue, but just 6 tonight through 9 innings against the Red Sox. Breaking ball, called the ball. Looked like a pretty good pitch. That was the pitch that Jose got in a little bit of trouble with in Chicago against Sanchez, who hit the big home run against him. It was a breaking ball, 2-run home run. Ended up being the difference in the game. And the 3-0 pitch, and that one misses downstairs. And so a 4-pitch walk to Mitch Moreland from Jose Leclerc with 2 outs. And with a runner on base, Jonathan Lucroy trots out. Quick word with his pitcher Leclerc, and now Jose will face Sandy Leon. Leon 0 for 4 tonight. You see the fly out in the 8th inning. He struck out in the 2nd, popped up the 2nd and the 3rd. Also hit into that fielder's choice when Martin Perez made the really nice play. Flipped to Elvis Andrus and eventually had gotten Sam Travis in a rundown. 2 outs, a runner on here in the top of the 10th inning. It was the Mike Napoli big home run in the bottom of the 9th inning against Craig Kimbrell. First pitch of the inning, first pitch fastball. That has been the difference as you see him and Justin Mayshore. Could almost be brothers. Now Doug Brocail trots out to talk to Jose Leclerc. Now Leon is a switch hitter. The numbers when he is batting left-handed, 268 when he bats right-handed. He has hit 250 so far this year. Four of Leon's 5 home runs have come as a left-handed hitter, and I mentioned that home run to Sanchez. He led up hitting left-handed, so probably Doug Brocail just wanting to check in, make sure you see the difference there. 4 home runs when he's hitting from the left side. And fastball called a strike, and a good one just on the corner, count even 1-1. Leclerc taking some time in between pitches. Jonathan Lucroy calling for the 1-1 fastball away. You see him set down in the ways where he wants it. Here's the pitch. And this one is fouled back, and now Leclerc up 1-2 against Leon. This crowd is excited. Over 44,000 here tonight, and they are all still here. They want to see a Ranger win prior to seeing their fireworks, and I'd love to see Jose Leclerc finish off this top of the 10th with a strikeout of Leon. One, 2, and Leon lays off the slider. I should change up. He doesn't throw a slider. He even gets me. I know he doesn't throw a slider, and the thing looks like a slider at 83 miles an hour. I still called it a slider. Leclerc digs in, ready to deliver his 2-2 to Sandy Leon. There's the pitch, and another foul ball. See Leon with the extended look out there to Jose Leclerc. That's a good changeup. Located down and away. It's turned into a pretty good battle so far now between these two. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming up next. And there's a fastball, and it's hit high in the air, but Carlos Gomez is there with plenty of room, and the side is retired. Just a 2-out walk from Jose Leclerc. We're going to go to the bottom of the 10th. The Rangers are going to try to walk it off.
Graphic for tonight's ball game as we go to the bottom of the 10th. Big day for Dustin Pedroia. He's had 3 hits and knocked in 4 runs for the Rangers. It's been a home run tonight. Odor, Gomez, and Napoli. Rubned in the 4th inning got a hanging slider from Rick Porcello. Hit it over the Ranger bullpen. Carlos Gomez in the 7th inning. Line shot to dead center, 420 feet. That got the Rangers 1 run closer. And then in the 9th inning, against the elite closer, Craig Kimbrell, Mike Napoli, first pitch hitting on a good fastball, hit it to left field to tie the game, and we are in extra innings right now.
Well, and that home run knocked Craig Kimbrell out of the game. He finished off his inning, but that's going to be it for him because Heath Hembree is now in. 37 games pitched for this Boston Red Sox club. You see the numbers there. Tremendous strikeout to walk ratio. And there are a lot of good strikeout pitchers that come out of this Red Sox bullpen. 9.2 per 9. You see there really good walk rate, just 1.7. And you'll take a look at Hembree. You'll see the fastball sitting around 95 miles an hour. Throwing a slider, a curveball, and a changeup. He is going to get what we expect to be the 2nd Ranger All-Star this year. That's going to be up to you, the fans. Make sure you go to TexasRangers.com/vote. Get Elvis Andrus to the All-Star game. Let's hope that Elvis Andrus can get a rally started here in the 10th. See a slider there, 90 miles an hour from Hembree. Count even, 1-1. There's a ground ball hit to the right side. Nice play by Dustin Pedroia. He dives to his left and throws out Elvis.
Well, Pedroia has been one of the best for a long time now. He's won a Gold Glove 4 times. He's been a most valuable player. He's about as gritty and gutsy a little player as you'll see, and making that kind of a play, pretty much a routine occurrence for him.
Great play there. Great play that he made against Carlos Gomez. And he's done a great job today at the plate as well. Nice job tonight. Of course, he's gotten those 3 base hits, 4 RBIs, and super happy that his uniform is dirty.
He's one of those intense guys that always seems to be in the right place. Knows how to play the game.
No doubt about it. Take a look there. Dustin Pedroia having a nice evening, but now take a look at Delino DeShields, who is in this game now. He came in as a pinch runner back in the 8th inning for Nomar Mazara. Went to second on a wild pitch. Unfortunately, was unable to score, but now he'll get an at bat here in the 10th. See the numbers there. It has been a good year for Delino DeShields in those 64 games that he has played. Talked a lot about his ground ball batting average. Keeping the ball on the ground has been really key to Delino's season as he gets back-to-back elevated fastballs. Now that's a pitch, Tom, of course, that's going to be very tough to hit on the ground. Hembry knows that, and so he's elevated on it twice.
Yeah, Hembry has got good stuff. Opponents this year, even with that good stuff, have hit in the 290s against him. So he's given up some hits. He's got his share of strikeouts, but he's given up his share of hits as well.
You see Delino fighting off 98 miles an hour in the Ranger bullpen right now. Ernesto Frieri is up. We'll have to assume that he will be in there in the top of the 11th inning if we should get there. You mentioned those numbers. Lefties off of Hembry hitting .344 this year. Righties .283. Certainly contact has been a little bit of an issue. Good take from Delino DeShields. Count even now 2-2. Two delivery. Good foul ball there from Delino as he fights off that slider. And it's turning into a pretty good at bat. Delino continues to work the count. This will be pitch number 7 in this at bat. And a little check swing, and Pedroia chasing, and he's able to get there. And a nice play by Dustin Pedroia. This looked like it was going to be a break for Delino DeShields, but Pedroia continues to get it done. Just be a pest here.
Most second basemen can't get to this ball. He just got the quickness, turned his back to the ball, and makes it look easy. Pedroia working on his 102nd game in a row without making an error.
I gotta believe Delino was thinking that this was going to be a base hit. You see the reaction from Mookie Betts, and now with 2 outs, Adrian Beltre is going to get a chance at Hembry, and he goes hacking at a first pitch breaking ball. It comes up empty.
First 2 hitters have both hit the ball to Pedroia and made a diving play and a nice play over his shoulder.
And there is a slider, and that one is fouled off, and quickly Adrian Beltre is down 0-2. Oh for 2 tonight with a couple of walks. You see the updated season numbers: 269, 5 home runs, 22 RBIs for Adrian Beltre. And this fastball is popped up behind home plate in foul territory. And another 0-2, and it is a fastball swung on and missed at 96 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for the Rangers here in the 10th. We are going to the 11th in Arlington. 11th. It is a tie game between the Red Sox and the Rangers, and Dustin Pedroia has been a thorn in the side of the Rangers tonight. He's had a nice job, done a nice job, Tom, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, if you like baseball, he should be one of your favorite players. He comes through in the clutch twice tonight. 2 out, bases loaded. Well, one was second and third, 1 bases loaded. 2 RBI singles, and he's also played some excellent defense. Watch him back this play up. The throw gets by Mitch Moreland. Carlos thinks he can get to second, but there's Pedroia backing it up with a nice on-the-ground flip to get the out. Last inning, the leadoff hitter Elvis Andrus hits what looks like a possible hit to right field. He dives and catches it. Delino shoots one out to right. Check swinged it out to right. Pedroia makes it look easy with his back to the plate. So several very nice defensive plays, 2 clutch hits, and that's what he's been doing for the Red Sox for a long time. He's been a Gold Glove winner. He's been an MVP. And he's been one of the gutsiest little players in the league. Fun to watch that kid play.
It is fun. Now let's hope he doesn't get another at bat. He would be due up 4th this inning. As you see, Ernesto Frieri now in for the Texas Rangers. Frieri threw yesterday, 16-pitch outing for him in Chicago. He'll get Devin Marrero. He'll get Lynn and Mookie Betts. And this one is lifted to left center field and deep. Carlos Gomez is at the track though, and he makes the catch. And nice big exhale from Ernesto Frieri.
He got a fastball to hit. Might have hit it slightly toward the end of the bat. Hit it pretty good. Thought it might have a chance. I know Frieri thought it might have a chance. Well, Carlos gets back, catches it right in front of the warning track for routine play.
See the reaction here from Frieri, and he's talking to the baseball as all pitchers do. Sit down, stay in the park, all those things, and the baseball will watch. Zue Lin now in for the Boston Red Sox. This will be his 5th plate appearance. He had a sacrifice back in the 4th inning, so he is 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. You see that sac bunt, and he scored in the 6th inning after reaching on the Ruben Odor error. Foul back, and Frieri's shown some pretty good velocity at 94 miles an hour. He started out the year with the New York Yankees, was in AAA with them, and an opportunity league, was picked up by the Rangers. Was not in the minor leagues for very long. Got an opportunity here at the big league level. And it's been a contributor in the bullpen, but the stuff is still there for Ernesto Frieri. Backdoor slider just misses. Count now 3-1. And that's going to be a 1-out walk to the 9-hole hitter Lynn. Things don't get any easier as this lineup now gets turned over for the 6th time tonight, and Mookie Betts comes to the plate.
The Betts has hit 15 home runs this year. 13 of them have come on the road.
And he looks at the first pitch slider for a ball. You saw that there. 0 for 3. Couple of walks, did score a run back in the 6th inning. And the 1-0. There's a slider on the corner for a strike. Last year, a huge breakout season for Mookie Betts. 31 home runs, 113 RBIs. He was an all-star. He won a Gold Glove. He won the Silver Slugger. He finished in second place in the American League MVP voting. None other than to Mike Trout. Now there's a fastball, and this one is hit deep to left field. Delino DeShields is back, leads, he can't get it. And it's going to be a one-out stand-up double for Mookie Betts. So he got a fastball up in the zone that he could handle. And now Ernesto Frieri is dealing with second and third and one out. As we get to the guy who's been a pain for the Rangers here next, Dustin Pedroia. You see this pitch is lifted and just out of the reach of the Shields.
Fortunately, he didn't get that ball up in the air, hit it on a line. If hit that ball in Fenway, it would have been a single. Didn't take long to get to the wall, but it got there so quickly that Lynn was unable to score on it. Now Pedroia coming up in the same situation he's enjoyed twice today. We're going to walk him, and I don't blame him.
So I was just going to ask you to play here. Now, we saw this in Chicago where David Robertson was in a very similar spot, second and third, and so they decided to go with the intentional walk. I don't know how you feel about it, Tom, but this is the part that I don't like. Now it works to the Rangers' advantage, but the idea of not having to throw any pitches with a go-ahead run on third base. And it doesn't happen often, but it does happen where a ball gets away. But even more importantly, it gets you out of your rhythm as a pitcher. Frieri doesn't have to deal with it.
Yeah, for that rare time that it happens, I enjoyed the intentional walk more than the automatic trot to first base.
Well, the infield is in now with Andrew Benintendi at the plate. He came in as a pinch hitter earlier in the game, and he takes a first pitch fastball for a ball. He was back in the ninth inning when he pinch hit for Chris Young. Flew out to left. Now a fly ball here with a pretty good chance at driving in a run. And here's a little infield pop up over the infield in. It's going to drop. One run will score. Betts is around third. He'll score. And with that little bleeder of a base hit, the Red Sox score 2 runs and take a 7-5 lead.
Well, you play the infield in to cut the run down at the plate on a ground ball. And the flip side is occasionally, and it happened in the World Series to the Yankees, you get a little bit of a blooper that if you're playing in double play deck would have been caught. You can't fault the strategy. That's just one of the things that can happen.
You're absolutely right. And a tough break for Ernesto Frieri. Even though he was trying to go away, he still threw a good enough pitch where he induced some weak contact, but you bring up that great point. Luis Gonzalez against Mariano Rivera, that World Series in 2001. That exact play happened and ultimately led to the Arizona Diamondbacks winning that World Series. But you understand why they do it. You want to have the infield into that situation as you try to cut the run off at home. Frieri still got some work to do. One out here in the top of the 11th. Hanley Ramirez steps in. And here is a high fly ball. Joey Gallo is there. The infield fly rule was called, so Henry Ramirez is automatically out.
Center fielder Jackie Bradley Jr.
So with 2 outs, Jackie Bradley Jr. now will step in here against Ernesto Frieri. Been 2 walks, 1 intentional, 1 non-intentional, a double and a base hit that has led to 2 runs here for the Boston Red Sox in the top of the 11th inning. This game was tied in the bottom of the 9th when Mike Napoli hit a home run off of Craig Kimbrell. That was his 17th of the season. That put us into extras. Now the Red Sox have taken back the lead here in the top of the 11th. And here's the 1-0 from Friere, and there's a breaking ball up in the zone called a strike. Count even 1-1. Bradley does not have a hit tonight. He is currently working on a 6-game hitting streak, 12 for 27 over that time coming into tonight, but hitless so far this evening. 2-1 is fouled into the Ranger dugout. 2-2 now. Fastball misses away. Count goes full now for Ernesto Friere versus Jackie Bradley Jr. You see the 0 for 5 for him tonight. A bad break for Friere on that hit from Andrew Benintendi. That's giving the Red Sox a lead here, but Ernesto needs to keep the score. 7-5 give the Rangers an opportunity in the bottom of the 11th. There's a ground ball hit right at Rougned Odor. Fields it cleanly over to first. And the inning is over, but not before the Red Sox get 2 on the Andrew Benintendi single. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. The Rangers got some work to do. Just see the Boston Red Sox taking the lead here, 7-5. So the Rangers going to need at least 2 to keep this game going. There's Yu Darvish, and we're showing you Yu Darvish because he was just selected to his 4th All-Star game of his career. And you take a look at the American League and the All-Star pitchers, 3 of those in uniform tonight. Luis Severino, Dylan Betances from the Yankees, a couple of really nice right-handed arms. Dallas Keuchel has been having a monster season. No surprise to see Andrew Miller. Corey Kluber, we got to see him in Cleveland. He has been locked in as of late after a monster June. He'll go to the All-Star game as well. Now it's time to get back to action. Hembree is back out there for his 2nd inning of work. And he'll get Rougned Odor, Mike Napoli, and Carlos Gomez here in the 11th. And Odor quickly down in the count 0-2. 1 for 4 night so far for Rugi. Hit a home run back in the 4th inning. Solo shot, 389 feet. That was his 15th of the year. And there's the 0-2. Swung on and missed on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball up and out of the zone. That's Odor's 3rd strikeout of the night. The first out here for the Rangers in the 11th.
That's pretty much what Embry was trying to do there. Trying to throw a ball out of the strike zone and hope to get a swing, and he did. The ball looked a little bit better when it was about halfway to home plate. It started to tail away from him and ended up being pretty tough to make contact with.
With 1 down, that's going to bring Mike Napoli up, the hero from the 9th inning. He gets a first pitch slider, and not surprisingly, after he crushed the Craig Kimbrell fastball, first pitch in the 9th to tie this game up. See the season numbers now up to 17 home runs and 36 RBIs for Mike Napoli. And it's back-to-back sliders, and the count now even 1-1. Big swing on that slider. Napoli down to the count 1-2. And I think anytime you see a hitter square up a Craig Kimbrell fastball the way that Mike Napoli did, I can understand maybe not going back to that fastball. Certainly not in the strike zone. We know Mike can hang with anybody when it comes to hitting fastballs, and looks like he's going to get one away here. And that one is down and away, painted on the corner, 96 miles an hour. Mike Napoli still standing in the box, displeased with that call, and he has had more than a couple of calls go against him on that road trip. Take a look at this pitch right here. To be a little bit down. Mike Napoli thought so. Fox Tracks had it right on the corner. Nevertheless, it is called a strike 3, and it's 2 quick outs, both on strikeouts for the Rangers here in the 11th. Carlos Gomez steps in now with 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 11th inning, the Boston Red Sox lead this game by 2. They scored 2 in the top of the 11th off Ernesto Ferrer, and it was Andrew Benintendi who had the weak base hit. A little jam shot, but with the infield playing in, the ball dropped. That scored 2. That's where we stand now. And Gomez swings at a slider and pops it behind home plate. Just to our right. Even 1-1. Embry came in. He pitched the 10th inning. Had a clean 1-2-3 inning. Ground out, a pop out, and a strikeout of Adrian Beltre. He has now struck out 3 batters in a row. Fastball away, swung and fouled straight back. Take a look at Jeff Bannister. Watched his team fight back tonight. Did a good job. They were down 5-2 in the 6th inning. They scored a run in the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. They eventually tied this game up. Kind of opposite of what we've seen. The trend had been the Rangers were scoring early, not scoring late. Well, they put up 3 runs late in this game to get us into extras. And the 1-2 is swung on and foul tipped. And Sandy Leon could not hold on to that foul tip off the bat of Carlos Gomez. A 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Embry. Martin Perez started this game. He went 5 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs, just 2 of those earned against Rick Porcello, who threw 6 1/3, allowed 3 hits, 3 earned runs of his own. And the 1-2 is popped up to the right side. Betts comes over. He's there, and he makes the catch. And this ball game is over. It took 11 innings, but the Boston Red Sox are able to come back and finish off the Texas Rangers by a score of 7-5. John Radigan and Mark McLemore are covering the Rangers' fight back in the 8th and the 9th. They'll also have player reaction and analysis. For Tom Grieve and Emily Jones, I'm C.J. Nikowski, inviting you to stay with us as our coverage continues right here on Fox Sports Southwest.